Did I say 2? Did I say 3 or 4? I don't remember. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. I just kind of grab it and go. I know it's under 5, so as long as I got a $5 bill, I'm good. So the roommate lost his login info for TikTok. That's why you guys haven't seen him on here in a minute. All right. All right, all right. Somebody's gonna take out those plants. You hate what? Didn't want what? Wait, what are we not wanting? What did I fuck up? Doing so good with the... What happened?
You paying cash or card, honey?
Card.
All right, it's ready for you up there.
Okay.
And she's getting her babies ready. Who do you want first? Or do you want to reschedule them first?
Let's reschedule them first.
You want to do 6 weeks?
Yeah.
So that would be November 20th.
That should be fine. I don't have my... I can't get to my calendar right now, so if I can have like a little reminder card.
Yeah. Would 10 a.m. be okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hey, I've just cleaned that
I
mess up.
heard that. I'm like, man, it is like bouncing off the floor right now.
There's that for you.
Goodness sakes alive.
I can bring Pixie out first and then the other two.
Yeah, let's do pics first.
Oh, shoot.
Hi, pretty girl. Are you just so pretty? Okay, let's get you to the car. Okay, come on. Sit down. Oh my god. Pixie! Pixie! My little lover. My little lover. I know. Sit. Can you wait? Okay, sit. Stay. Okay. Hey, crazies. Were they okay this time?
He had a few fits, but it was where they were tangled, so it was expected.
Okay.
But he did perfect.
Awesome. I gave them that same medicine again this time.
Yeah,
The same amount of time, so.
Yeah. So I let them sit for about an hour and a half, letting it make sure it settled,
Uh-huh.
and I think that helped.
Good.
So,
Okay.
because I even blow dried him and he didn't pee, poop,
Awesome.
nothing. So.
Awesome. Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have Have a good day.
You too. Okay. All right, get on in. Come on, up. Go, don't make me pick you up, please. Get in. Please get in. I don't want to pick you up. Come on. Get in. There you go. There's one. You got it, baby. Good job, Bear. All right, sit. Good, babies. Stay. Stay. No running. Thank you. Okay, Pixie, still in here? Good girl. Sarah, good. You don't quit. I'm taking the dogs on a run. Costco, do not push any of those, please. Wait, what? Oh, sit down. I'm taking the dogs for a run real fast. I don't want you guys to get dizzy. Kitty cat. We just got home. So, no more running. Ow. Oh my God, look at the dog hair. Look at that. Just from picking her up. They say get a husky, that they're awesome, but then they don't say you never wear black again. God. Xena. So much hair. So it wasn't like that. All right, Pixie. Pixie, come on, Pix. Whoa, crazy girl. Okay, are we ready for this? No. Oh, look at that scratch. Stay, 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 stay. Yes, you're beautiful. Oh, Coda Bear. Okay, wait. Let me close my door. I know. Yes, I know. Mommy got new stools today. Look at you, pretty girl. You're so pretty. Sit. Sit. Good girl. Beautiful. Sit, Coda. Coda. Sit. Good boy. Hold on. There you go. You're good. Aw. How sweet. We'll see if he's eating yet. Hold on. Have you eaten yet? Oh, are you gonna eat?
No, I'm going to make my plate.
Do you want any of the mac and cheese? Stuffing? Okay. Okay. Okay, hold on. I'm getting it. I'm getting it. You thirsty after that visit, huh? You guys did so good at the groomer. I'm so proud of you, babies. I'm so proud of you. You're such good babies. Yes, you are. The best babies there ever was. Best babies ever. Look at you, Coda. You look like you feel so much better. You feel better? You feel better after the groomer chip. Yes, you do. You look so happy, bud. You look so happy. Yeah, let your little brother get some. Are you a good boy? You're such a good boy. You look so happy. So proud of you, Costco. Where you sit. He sits every time I sit. He's very well trained. So is Toon. So was Coda. Coda and Xena were both rescues. I'm just really good at training. You'll get there, I promise. Give you lots of loves and treats until you're there. Gross. You want to be rescued? Aww. Okay, I need some more water. You two are so pretty. Pretty babies. Okay. Goodness, don't pet ya. Nothing but a lot of hair. That's mine. So that's his. Front tail. That was too good. Alright. Here you go. You're the back one. Thank you. I give you food. That's what you wanted, right? If you don't want to watch my show, we don't have to. We can watch like Supernatural or something.
Or Unsolved Mysteries.
Unsolved Mystery, sure. I fell asleep last night. Let me guess, you already have it turned on it?
I wasn't gonna touch your.
I ain't gonna force you to watch. It's not garbage. You were watching it and you were into it.
Camp is crazy.
You were.
Right? Are you in
You
the
were. Don't worry. All these people on here didn't think they'd ever be into it, and they were.
True violence is not.
Why does he have a butthole for a mouth? That guy has a butthole for a mouth.
Oh, he does.
Yeah. Weird. Ready? That's a good fit.
So the spirit's dwelling down here, and you want to speak to me?
There's
Most
about
people will never truly understand
three
how I
pieces
do
of
what I do.
chicken.
Paranormal investigator Don Phillips has made a name for himself
There's
tracking
probably
ghosts.
When it comes to psychics and
Three.
mediums, there are few which really catch my eye. I call them the shining ones. Don
Three, so maybe four.
demonstrated amazing psychic ability.
That's good. Where's that coming from? Nowhere.
Oh, white
Well, it's
cheddar,
not
dairy
Don
free mac and
alone.
cheese, I die.
Becky's just said we've got 2 confirmed
then
bodies.
It's Becky.
Becky is with him all the time. All the time.
What's Becky?
No, this is
She's
not. I
also
don't know
more
what
than
we're
just-
watching. Did it?
Yeah, I guess it did.
I didn't even hear the one about the girl and the guy. Thank you.
Next one's stuffing.
Probably
The spirit's
about a
dwelling down here, and you
third
want
cup.
to speak to me? Most people
Well, no, not
will
stuffing.
never
That's
truly
pasta.
understand
Stuffing
how I
probably
do
got
what I do.
Paranormal
maybe
investigator
2
Don
tablespoons.
Phillips has made a name for himself tracking ghosts.
When it comes to psychics and mediums, there are few which
Yeah.
really catch my eye. I call them the shining ones.
Gaia.
Don demonstrated
Yeah.
amazing psychic ability.
That's blood. Where's that coming from?
white cheddar.
But it's not Don alone.
Becky's just said we've got 2 confirmed bodies.
It's Becky.
Becky is with him all the time. All the time.
What's Becky? She's obviously more than just a spirit person.
What I see with Dawn is that he has given over complete control to this thing he communicates with. The problem is the spirits of the dead are something that should not be trusted at all.
Not mine. Without me skating the park.
Oh no, that's on the piano. Thank you. Thanks for the follows.
My name is Don Phillips. I'm a paranormal researcher.
That's probably close.
I'm not a ghost hunter. I've never been a ghost hunter. I've always been there to help people, whether it's poltergeist activity and a whole array of paranormal phenomena. The cases that I deal with would be deemed as the worst of the worst, where people's lives are being very, very badly affected. I started off pretty much like everybody else as a paranormal investigator. I became very curious as to why there's lots of unexplained happenings, lots of phenomena taking place. What was actually causing this phenomenon? And then everything changed. It happened during a particular case in Leicester. The client was a very nice lady called Gaynor, and this was the most haunted residential case I've ever had.
It's quite neighbourhood. I've lived in here since 1980. When I moved in, disturbing things were starting to happen in the house. Little things would disappear and then come back. But it started getting bad at that after 6 months being here. Things would be happening every night. You know, it got really frightening at times. As my kids, I had 3 boys. The youngest one, he'd be playing in his bedroom and I could hear him laughing and talking to somebody. I said, I just heard you talking to somebody. So who is it? He said, I can't tell you, you won't like it if I tell you. There's just lots of dark things that happened all over the house. The curtains in the side bedroom would be on fire. Sometimes at the top of the stairs, you feel like the fingers in the back going to push you downstairs. Just got a bit too much.
Even the most hardened skeptic could not argue that this is not normal occurrences in a normal house. A lot of things going on there, and there was one particularly very bad entity there, a really, really bad one. One night he was threatening to kill Gaynor. Gaynor had a lot of people in to try and help her with this thing. They was all doing traditional things like sage prayers and everything, and nothing worked. I'm a different kind of investigator. I have the ability to be able to talk directly out of the atmosphere, the air, with these spirit people.
I had to.
When I was probably about the age of 7 or 8, I started to feel things, I started to hear things. Just sort of kind of talking in my ears. I couldn't make out what was being said half the time, but I knew it was something different. I very, very quickly realised these were spirits. For many years I kept my feelings, my experiences to myself. I kept that secret, totally secret. But over time, I started to form relationships, genuine, real relationships with these spirit people, entities, or the afterlife, whatever label people want to put on them. I learned to utilise my communications with the spirits, and over the years, I've helped many people with paranormal situations and phenomena taking place in their homes. When I took Gaynor's case, I was very sceptical, but when I actually got there, I could feel the energy myself. I'd been investigating Gaynor's for a few days, and I felt the presence of a female. I was totally intrigued by this
Thank you for the roses.
spirit person, and just said, "What's your name? Can you give me a name?" Becky. I said, "Becky, are you here now? Are you with me?"
Maybe you're a psychic.
Yes.
Me?
Wow, I'm impressed. Straight
I
off
don't
the
want to
bat,
talk to dead
Becky,
people.
lovely, sweet voice.
I don't want to talk to dead people.
And over the next couple of weeks, I got to know Becky, and we had regular conversations. And it was literally from that day forward, things progressed very rapidly. There was one time at Gaynor's when this bad thing, stuff, entity, whatever people want to call it, was in the room with me. I started to talk to this thing, and he made some threats, and it did not sound good. That's when Becky did something to eradicate the situation. I don't know exactly how it works, I don't know exactly what is going on, but all I do know is that was it. Becky confirmed it was dealt with.
After the investigation, the spirit was just quiet. It doesn't need to be showing its anger. It's always going to be here, which I don't mind, as long as it, it's not nasty anymore.
In the end, I actually asked Becky, would you come with me and help me help other people that are experiencing phenomena? And she said, yes. The first thing I did is I needed to prove this was real. I understood the skeptic and paranormal community, everything was about evidence. And I wanted an independent witness testimony of my relationship with Becky. The only way I could do that was to find somebody who was an open-minded skeptic, somebody with a hardline reputation. That would be Steve Merritt.
My name is Steve Merritt. I'm the founder of the scientific establishment of parapsychology. It's a UK-based organisation that deals with certain paranormal subjects. Parapsychology is about human abilities, ESP, telekinesis, telepathy. I first heard of Don through looking at his videos on the internet, and then, I'll be honest, I wasn't impressed.
Hello good people, and welcome to another episode of The Supernatural Files with me, Don Phillips.
Unfortunately, the world is full of people that want to do fakes and hoax, and I'm very reluctant to go into those fields. I'm not a ghostbuster. I'm not a ghost hunter. I'm a scientist. I'm a man of evidence. At some point, Don reached out. He said he could demonstrate his unique ability to be able to communicate with something referred to as Becky. I said, look, I don't want to get involved, Don.
I knew that Steve's endorsement would be a step in the right direction, considering his reputation and his experience. And he said, look, Don, I'm not the person that you want.
And then came the phone calls, very persistent. And he was on the phone to me one night, and I said, I don't leave any stone unturned. And if I find his deception, or if you're lying, I will tell the world. I'm your last guy you need. Thinking that'd scare him off.
And I said, you know, Steve, that is what I want. Steve, just come out with me. Tell it as you find it. That's all I want you to do. So he agreed.
And he picked a location where he'd been investigating, which is at a woman's house, Gainer's house. And I went down there with my colleague Jackie, and I explained to Jackie, I said, let's just get this guy out of my hair, find out if he can communicate with something referred to as Becky. After being there for a short period of time, he went straight into demonstrating, because I was demanding, show me the evidence. So he took out his recording device, holding it up into the air.
My ears are very attuned to whatever frequency these spirits communicate on. I will often hear the voices, and at the same time I will be taking a recording on a digital voice recorder, or 3 or 4 voice recorders and a video camera, to confirm what I'm hearing, but also so that my clients could actually hear them too. Voice recorders will pick up a much different frequency. That's what enables us to be able to hear the spirit people speaking. That's where the recorder comes in handy.
I'd already checked for wiring and speakers. There was nothing. No way to hide anything. Just a normal home. And he pressed record for 10 seconds. And we stood there in complete silence. Not hearing a thing. Nothing. Until he pressed stop. And then he played back, and I heard a voice. Well, it sounded like a female voice.
It's Becky.
It was a rush. Now you've got my attention.
Yeah, it's November 1st.
Of course, we had to put that to the test. So I conducted a blind envelope test.
During this envelope test, you get a single envelope, you put a picture inside that envelope, and the person who's being tested will tell you what that picture is. And bear in mind, this picture can be one of millions of pictures in the world. It could be anything in that envelope. Steve, he wanted to go on further. He didn't give me one envelope. He gave me 3.
3 envelopes marked A, B, and C. This is a controlled event. I need to see if you can communicate. Can you communicate, Don, with whatever this entity is to tell you what's inside this envelope? And he picked envelope B.
Unsolved
The other 2
mysteries.
aside. And he held it up and his recorder. What image is in this, Becky? I heard a response come back on the recorder. I couldn't quite understand it, but it sounded like Ike or Ait or something like that. And he said, Becky, can you just say that again, please, but a bit louder? When we played back the recording, then I heard her say, it's a kite. And Don looked at me and said, it's a kite.
And then Becky went, you got it. He pulled out the picture. He nearly fell out of his chair.
It was a kite. It was a kite.
Yeah,
I
but
couldn't
if you
believe
put
it.
them in there, he'll know.
Whatever this thing is,
Who brought the
it knew
cards?
exactly what was in that envelope. She didn't get it from
scientist
me,
or the
and
paranormal
he didn't
guy?
get it from Don.
Scientist.
Brought the cards.
And I was surprised. That was a test that he was set to fail. And I can't even begin to
Thank
say
you,
what the
BJ.
odds are of getting that. Picking one item out of any item it could have been. The chances of actually getting that right are next to impossible. I've never witnessed anything like that before. What is Becky? I want to know, who is this person?
From what I've been able to gather, from what she told me, and I have not got all the answers, Becky was a person that passed over and, for whatever reason, entered into this role of being more of a spirit person.
Unsolved
Becky
mysteries.
was a school teacher. She had 2 children. Died in a plane or a train crash. She was 35 years old, and it was in 1985. I don't know the full story on that. All I know is that I couldn't possibly do what I do without Becky.
When I got back home from Gainer's home, I thought to myself, could I really have been stooged? You know, could it have all been set up prior to me going? I need to get him out of Gainer's. Where's next? Where's we going to go? What tests can be done? I wanted to see if he could demonstrate the same ability that he's showing me at Gainer's. Let's put him in another paranormally orientated location. Take him to Cannock Chase.
See you later. I
Cannock
guess.
Chase. This is a place in Staffordshire in the UK.
How to Train Your
It
Dragon.
is an old war cemetery there, and it's known for its paranormal phenomena. It's an environment that Don will not know where I want to be. He can't prep it. Don didn't know I was taking anybody with me.
him.
Thought I was just going to go on my own. I turned up with Jackie, the partner.
No, with him.
With Don, things kind of get crazy. He's unique in the way he works. My role was mainly an observer, but I did a lot of the filming.
There's something going on here at this present moment in time, or there's something that's happened here that the energy was really strong, but I just crossed
Am I
literally
going
off
live
the
tonight?
footpath
I'm
into
not
this field.
sure.
We arrived at Cannock Chase at night. It pitch dark. Don is out in the middle of nowhere. At the middle of night. There's nobody around. Nobody.
We carried on down the track in the middle of the woods at maybe 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. No lights. Then I felt an energy as we was walking down this path, and it was pretty strong to my left. And obviously I walked into the energy, stepped into it, whatever it is, it's here, and I just stepped straight into it. This is not just a random energy. This was literally a direct path for me to follow.
He headed into a load of bushes, and I'm like, slow down, because it's pitch black. And I'm like, you know, in my own mind, where we're going, what we're doing. And then all of a sudden, Don just clutched his chest.
I'm all right. Okay. And I was concerned. I said, "You all right, Don? Are you okay?" And I could see the sweat coming off him. We could see him puffing and panting and holding his chest. Clear signs of anybody who's having a heart attack, as you can imagine. And he said, no, it's okay, I've had this before. I'm trying to think what the hell's going on. He said, no, it's just a blast. So a blast, what do you mean? It's just energy, there's something here.
When this kind of thing is happening, my entire process is just focused on the energy. There's no other thought in my brain. I've just always called them blasts, as in a blast of energy, because to this day, again, I still don't know exactly what it is, where it comes from. Prior to my uni with Becky, none of this was possible. But I have no control at all when this is actually going to happen. No control. All of a sudden, bang. I said, this is it, and I can't see a thing, I just knew this is it.
The camera pans up, and I remember looking up, and just the light from the camera illuminated part of the tree he was crouched underneath. And just beyond, above my head height, the tree's absolutely covered in flowers and ribbons and all sorts of things. And then I realised this is the only tree like that. How did he know to go to that tree? I have no idea. How did he manage to take us straight to it? After talking to Don, I said, look, what's the significance about this? He said, I'm not too sure. I'm going to have to see if I can get some information from Becky.
There's another one. I'm not hearing anything about what happened at this tree, what it was about.
I heard this morning.
I can only assume someone lost their life there, took their life there, was killed there.
I didn't even really know the full history of the place. And then it was only through research afterwards that we find out. Unfortunately, some bad things have taken place in Cannock Chase. Some years back, there were a number of murders, and they did eventually get the perpetrator. The bodies were buried in that location.
I don't research places before I go to them. I just go, do my job, and leave.
Whatever Becky is, he's on the investigation with us, giving him information. What happens when he's experiencing some of this phenomena or communicating with Becky? Becky seemingly resides within him. And I'm thought, I don't like that sound, because we can't help immediately drawn to the word possession. And that usually is associated with negative type things. Not usually good. I was ready to hot tear it out, and I have to admit, I really was. The adrenaline was rushing through me, but I was thinking,
thank you, William.
Oh my, what's next? What's another thing I can do? I can't get enough of it. Each and every time I went out with Don, the bar was raised every single time, and it's continued to be raised. I have really no idea what his limitations are, but I keep pressing him, and he keeps demonstrating his capabilities. There was lots more experiments I wanted to do.
Thank you for the follow. Oh, thank you.
Tutbury Castle, in my opinion, is definitely haunted. The castle has had a reputation for literally centuries. It has been subject to siege, blood, murder. And our torture chamber, well, as you can also imagine, is hugely popular with ghost hunters.
Tutbury Castle, there's a lot of history there. Its grounds are very known for its paranormal phenomena. We managed to gain access to that location for 24 hours. And I took a couple of extra team members with me on this occasion from the Scientific Establishment of Parapsychology.
Unsolved mysteries.
We wanted them to see what Don's capabilities were.
My name's Chris, and I'm a paranormal investigator for over 20 years, searching for evidence of any afterlife and paranormal activities. So I was asked to go along to Tutbury Castle by Steve. Don, when I met him, I wasn't sure at first. He was kind of proud of the achievements that he had claimed to have with his spirit guide, Becky, and the things that he could do with his mind.
Don had been using his voice recorders. A lot of people out there, myself included, try to think out the box where it comes to EVP, which is electronic voice phenomena, or voices from the deceased spirits or whoever that you're trying to communicate with. I myself used a bat detector. It's to measure ultrasonic sound frequencies. We don't know what happens when people pass over. Some people believe that we're not hearing a lot of spiritual voices because they're not speaking in the same frequency. So the bat detector it allows us to modulate just on the tip of human frequency.
At Tubby Castle, I expected to walk in and feel energies here and energies there. It was flat, and I was, wow, there's not a lot going to be happening here tonight. And then we were standing in the main area, and everything changed.
Everything?
I got that familiar energy feeling again. It was getting stronger and stronger. And I thought, this is a portal forming. It feels like a portal. Portal is literally an entrance and an exit from another domain to this domain. This connection to what we believe to be other realms or other dimensions. So I said to Steve, I think there's a portal forming right here above us.
Don starts having a conversation with
Becky, if I'm right, there's a portal about to open. Can you just say the word portal?
A voice came through the bat detector, through my headphones that I was wearing, and I heard a female voice, a human voice, very close to me, in my ear, the words,
Are you okay?
Chris suddenly goes, "Oh my God." And he takes his earphones off, and he's like, he starts filling up, he's really welling up. I said, "Are you all right?" He said, "I've just heard her." I said, "What do you mean?" I said, "I've just heard her so perfectly say the word portal." And then I think it was probably a second or two later, I kind of felt his energy suddenly stepped into me. I know it's a weird thing to say, but I could feel all these emotions that I wouldn't normally be experiencing. It was Becky, and that, what can I say? It really was.
Chris was just reduced to tears. He couldn't even talk. He was just a blubbering wreck.
It did kind of drop me to my knees, and I was probably talking gibberish. I didn't know whether I wanted to laugh, I didn't know whether I wanted to cry, I didn't want to scream, shout. I could feel sadness coming from her. I kind of felt that, but there's also an element of excitement. Don played it back on his voice recorder. We got the same word in the same voice was on his voice recorder. And obviously this bat detector must have been an easy way for her to communicate where everybody could have heard it.
And then the portal opened. The way a portal works, you would feel the energy build until, poof, it's open. When a portal opens, it expels a great amount of energy. It was so intense, it was so strong. I couldn't deal with it, there was too much. I had to dispel it, I needed to get rid of it.
He goes blood red, and he's charged. He said, "Oh my God, I feel energy." Perfect, let's do an experiment. I got some dowsing rods out.
Dowsing rods will identify certain types of energy, magnetic fields and such forth. I need to demonstrate this energy because people can't see it.
I said, "Don't just try and see what you can do with his energy. Can you direct it, by the way?" He said, "I don't know. It's all experimental. We've never been there." I'm holding these rods up. The guys all stood around watching me. And Don just goes like this.
What the fuck?
Everywhere I push this energy, these rods are flying out all over the place. And that is the perfect demonstration of how I push this energy out and how powerful it is. Because these rods are in glass tubes, you cannot effect them. Steve can't effect them.
And all I can do is shake my head in wonderment and just looking around going, "Look what's happening, guys, this is crazy." He's physically moving these things by directing energy at them. I've worked with many investigators with many different appliances, and I've never seen anything like that, never. And I remember going home that night, in a word, I was flabbergasted. It's weird how things happen, but I think that was done purposely.
by Becky, so somebody can bear witness. She does exist, yeah. Certainly she does exist, yeah.
After working with Don for quite some time, I realised I need another pair of professional eyes. Somebody will say it as it is, like I do. First person of choice was Barry Fitzgerald. Barry Fitzgerald had been known all over the world, actually. Travelled to 53 different countries. An authoritative figure who is specialised in the paranormal. I thought he was ideal.
My name's Barry Fitzgerald. I'm a paranormal investigator and author based in the west of Ireland. I've been doing this now over 35 years. I've really dedicated a lot of my time to it. I think my drive is to discover what truly is communicating with us from beyond the veil. Steve was telling me about Dawn and this relationship with Becky. He was telling me all this wonderful stuff. You know, he was ticking all the right boxes by saying that he could produce this phenomenon, he could produce that phenomenon, and all these strange things were happening around him. I said, okay, bring him to Ireland. And I'll devise a series of experiments in which we can test Dawn. And he can tell me more about this thing he communicates with, this what we will call Becky. Dawn had never been to Ireland, so he didn't know where he was going. Steve did not know where he was going. The only person who knew was me. The west of Ireland is littered with ancient architecture. So I took him to this old ruin of a house called Lachine.
On the way there, Don said something very interesting, and I didn't quite understand what he meant.
He was saying, I'm getting the impression where we're going next has been taken over by nature. It's like there's a canopy above me.
The first vision I got of Lachine House was barely a building, and the trees had taken over inside the house and grown. It's as if nature had swallowed this place.
Don, he was spot on. He knew exactly where he was going. Steve, and the other cameraman, was there, and we listened.
So obviously now, the light's falling and we're actually moving into the night time. The energy is already changing. It's getting stronger and stronger and stronger. It's a different kind of energy. Try that.
He was walking around a ruined manor house,
Thank you, Sonny.
pointing out where things were in the day. He's like seeing it from the past.
This is definitely the focal point. This is not making any sense to me, 'cause I know it's not. But like, this feels like it's a museum. And then there's all this thing about artifacts from Egypt.
Dawn started drawing forward this information and picking up on pyramids and Egypt. Little did he know Dawn was picking up on the history of the location.
According to some of the historical information Bride found out, the person that was the owner of Lachine House was a collector of Egyptian artifacts and managed, probably illegally, to get them out of the country and stored them at Lachine House. A whole floor was dedicated to mummies and artifacts and all things strange and unusual from Egypt. Anything you could lay his hands on.
Oh,
He actually made it into a bit of a museum.
I get a feeling like we're talking among ourselves and everything, but it's actually listening. It's intelligent. It's not a residual energy. It's intelligent and it's angry. And it's destructive. It's destructive. This does not belong in this place. It's not from this place.
This was no ordinary haunting by great Auntie Betty. This was a jinn and came with the artifacts to the house. Within the Western idealism, we're used to the term genie. Genie is a term which is applied to a particular jinn that's trapped to the object. They are demons, I suppose, of the deserts. And they need to be respected.
I told this jinn, you know, you're scaring these people.
I think you've caused damage to people's...
Bye.
A lot of damage to people's lives.
It became very oppressive. And I understood the more he was pushing, the less responses he was actually starting to get.
I'm aware that you've caused people misery in the past. Probably on quite a grand scale.
Don, God love him, has this mass of an ego, which he brings forward into this place. And that's the wrong thing to do with the jinn.
I never felt so much out of my comfort zone in my entire life.
What was strange was when Don went to communicate with Becky, which he does on a regular and everyday basis, of course. He didn't get Becky.
Becky was AWOL.
I had this problem in Ireland where I was getting very little from the recorders. Barry said Becky wasn't there because I'd take a recording and I couldn't hear it, so Becky didn't show up. No, she was there. I could feel it all the time that I was there. But it's difficult to explain what is going on when I can feel it, but I can't hear Becky. People expect them to be like just talking and answering questions all the time like it's a telephone. Me and Becky have different ways of communicating. Her giving me that energy buzz or whatever you want to call it is a confirmation. Anyway, the short version is after we did a lot of stuff
Unsolved
there,
mysteries.
Barry was blown away. Absolutely blown away. I was blown away.
It was very, very impressive to see Dawn's ability unfold and blossom in front of us. And to a point where I even brought Dawn to the side and I said, Dawn, you have this ability and you have the ability. You do not need Becky. But he didn't listen.
A little while after Ireland, I was talking to Becky and she said, "You're going to America." Okay, interesting. Where?
Don told me. Going to Seattle when? In 18 months' time. So, right, okay. Seattle, really? You and me? All right. All right. I just said, okay.
Steve Merritt got a call from Keith Linder in Bothell, which is close to Seattle. Keith had been experiencing poltergeist activity and a whole array of paranormal phenomena. Keith got desperate, so he ran Scientific Establishment of Parapsychology in the UK, which is run by Steve. Steve contacted me because of who I am and what I do. He said, "Can we come and help us on this case?" I said, "I'm going to ask Becky. Becky, shall we do this case and go to America?" She went, "Yes, do it." It was an incredible investigation. Keith's house was certainly haunted, and we secured a lot of clear recordings to suggest there's something pretty strange going on.
The stuff that was going on there was crazy. There was objects moving around. There was voices. Men's voices, females' voices, voices talking to each other.
Cabinets, doors opened, furniture moved, plant pots thrown over, coffee tables tipped up, all sorts of things.
His house is being trashed. Completely trashed.
Hey, you
Thousands of pounds worth of damage
fuck
is being
up.
done.
Keith wanted us to help him rationalise what was happening, find out exactly what was going on, and provide evidence to that effect. We did some research and found that Keith's house was built on a Native American burial ground. That'll probably do it.
What is this? The fucking plot to
The unfortunate thing is
poltergeist?
we weren't able to completely fulfill our duties with Keith because we got a frantic phone call early hours of the morning to say he'd had enough. Keith was out, he was going. So he quickly vacated the property. However, there was an experience during the investigation in Seattle, which is one that's never left me. One day, Don turns to me and said, "Becky says you're ready. I was like, what's that mean? I'm ready. He said, she'll communicate with you directly.
All of a sudden, we're talking and somebody just joins in. Full-blown, female, human-sounding voice, which was absolutely harmonic and beautiful, and just started talking. She just joined in the conversation. We stopped. Steve looked at me with eyes like rabbits in car headlights.
Out of thin air, and this is the first time, no recording devices needed, direct voice phenomena, right here, right in front of us both. It's Becky. It was an experience I can't forget. He took me to my knees. He took me to my knees. And it's an emotion I cannot describe. It's upsetting. Because I can't put it into words, how I feel about that.
I mean, that rocked me, because I'd never heard Becky like that before. That was absolutely incredible. And I've never heard her like that since.
But it bothered me. I had no control over my body. I buckled me up. I fell to the floor. I couldn't breathe. I felt an emotion that doesn't exist. It's something I never want to experience again, ever. Her voice just cut through me. And it left me in a place that I had to really think about, about everything, the whole life, everything. About life, about death, about why me.
I guess from Steve's perspective, as a parapsychologist and having spent years in the field, but when you know definitively that this is real, the afterlife is real, when you're presented with something absolutely undoubtable, that's quite a world shaker, and believe me, it did totally rock Steve's world. I was excited because I'd never heard Becky talk like that ever. As a person, in this lovely harmonic voice, it was really something.
Right, I'm aware that you're here still, and I'm aware that you can hear me.
Back in Ireland, it was very, very impressive to see Dawn's ability unfold, but I wanted to know more about Becky. So Steve then gave me the information, the background on Becky, and the identity Becky wished to portray herself by. This person, this mother, who sadly had 2 children and died in a plane crash. Okay. I went back into the records, and that person did not exist. Becky had lied to Dawn. This was a huge flag to me, because what it really does is set this premise that whatever Dawn was communicating with has lied to him before. It will lie again. It doesn't want to be found out. And that's exactly what was happening here with Becky.
People might find this strange, but I seldom question anything to do with Becky. Information that she tells me, anything like that. I go on what I feel and what Becky's telling me. That is my confirmation. Why are you here? Do I know 100% certain every single detail Becky told me about herself is true? How can I be realistic and say, of course I do?
What is Becky? Who is Becky? Where does Becky come from? What we need to understand is that this phenomena can manifest in whatever form it wishes. It can penetrate into a person. Once this symbiotic relationship is developed, it's very, very difficult to break. But that phenomena was probably tracking Dawn since the early days of his life. Becky now is experiencing life through him. And is experiencing his emotions, the world as we know it, through his senses. I do think that we are now looking at a possession with Dawn.
I've had people from all quarters, including some religious circles, saying, you don't know what you're messing with. Some people will say, well, how do you know she's not a demon?
Becky's controlling. Becky's quite powerful. Some negative things will go to the great length to achieve what they want to achieve. But does Becky represent something negative?
Let's say possession is a total real thing. Why could a person not be possessed by something, an entity that's good to do good things? If I'm possessed by Becky, then absolutely fantastic. Because you know what? We do good things for people.
My life's completely changed since meeting Don. I will never be the Steve Miller I used to be, and can never go back. I've seen too much, I've witnessed too much.
Thank you. Thank you for the follows.
What I can say is, I've seen no harm come from Becky in 10 years of working closely with Dom. I believe they need each other, as you go as far as saying that. And I don't think there's any separating now. I can see it carrying on forever.
It's who I am, it's who I've become. Becky's a part of me, I'm a part of her. I couldn't go back to just being a normal person now because I am who or what I've become. It is me. And if Becky just suddenly disappeared, honestly, I guess half of me will go with it. I have absolutely no idea why this thing started with me in the first place. Why everything's happened or where it's going. But I'm in it for the full journey. Wherever it may or may not take me.
Usually, you then don't have time.
There is fear these days, fear of a modern-day Jack the Ripper, whose victims are not people, but livestock, who mutilates them, cutting out an ear or tongue or heart or sex organ with such surgical precision, investigators can't tell what instrument was used.
The cattle were being killed in mysterious ways. No struggle, no tracks.
So you told me.
Her tongue was removed. What are they doing with her tongue?
Witnesses claimed UFOs, satanic cults, and secret government experiments were linked to some of the mutilations. The Missouri farm couple claimed they witnessed a spacecraft land in a pasture and aliens operating on a cow.
There's no rhyme or reason for why somebody would do that to a cow.
Why Missouri? How are you holding up in the hurricane? Oregon. Why did it say Missouri?
I've been ranching in the cow business since I got out of school, so 25 years. It's a hard way to make a living, but I like the freedom. You know, we live in a really remote spot.
Oh, okay.
Not a lot of people around here, and we like it that way.
A real cow.
I think the first time that I ever heard about cattle mutilations was way back in high school or something. When you hear that kind of stuff, you kind of
like hearing stuff about
like write it off. You don't really believe
mutilations. Because there was one behind my grandma's house when I was about 7 or 8 years old, and they were climbing it on a mountain line.
It was early June of 2021. We had the heifer. She wasn't acting right, and we trailed her 2 miles, but she was acting odd. As they were gathering heifers, she was falling to the back, and she was the last one through the gate. So I figured we'd go check on her in a day or two and see what's going on. Next morning, I got in the pickup, drove over the hill to that part of the ranch to go look at the heifer. That heifer was laying right up here dead and mutilated. And literally right here in the middle of where this green patch is, in fact, still a few bones in here. The heifer was laying right here on her right side, and her face was skinned back, her tongue was removed, and she had a large straight cut, probably a couple feet, right behind her shoulder here, and the hide was pulled back. I was taken aback. I've never seen anything like that ever. There was 0 tracks anywhere. There was no noticeable blood anywhere around the animal, and no sign of a struggle. Another thing, so often if you find something dead, I mean, unless you're on it in the first few hours, usually some scavengers, you know, crows, ravens, magpies, coyotes, vultures have been on it. But this heifer that was mutilated, nothing would eat her, nothing wanted to touch her. And it just got the wheels turning a little bit, like maybe she'd been darted or something.
I wouldn't want to touch her either.
I don't know what kind of drug or whatever else you maybe would have to have in that dart, but that heifer was acting strange. One of the most troubling things about that mutilation is where it happened. I mean, this is nowhere that's easy to get to. We take those cattle 3 miles across the ranch, through canyons, over ridges, everything else. How did anybody even know there were going to be cattle there that day? Nobody knew that. So did they follow our cowboys? That was strange. We know she was alive at 12:30 in the afternoon, and we know she was dead at 6 o'clock the next morning. And what happened in between, I don't know. It was odd enough that I called our county sheriff. They performed their investigation and called me that evening and said, we've determined that that heifer was killed by a bear. And I said, a bear? I mean, we've never had anything killed by a bear, ever. We do have bears around here, but it was this almost surgical cut for, I mean, it's like a 2-foot cut, and in a perfectly straight line right behind their shoulder. Bears, last I checked, don't pack knives.
They're getting smarter.
My name's Matt Carter. I'm a rancher in Eastern Oregon. The first time I heard about cattle mutilations was from an old friend of mine who had told me that he'd heard about them even back in the 70s.
Oh my god, what does he remind me of? He
And
reminds me
I
of
thought,
something.
that's kind of odd, but not too worried about it. Then in August of 2020,
Hey, are you awake?
I went down to the south
Who
side
does
of
this
the
guy
ranch,
remind you of? He looks like somebody, like something
and
creepy,
I
like
saw
something
this
creepy.
cow laying over by a water
Look at him in
trough,
just a second.
and just from afar,
Let him
it
show his
didn't look
face,
natural.
like his real face, like his whole face.
Right here is where that cow was dead,
When they did a
mutilated.
close up of his face, he looked. No?
Her upper lip was cut off, and her tongue was gone, and her intestines were sticking out between her hind legs. The scene was odd because there were no signs of any
He
struggle
looks like something
of any
like
sort.
scary wise.
When I was sure myself that it was a mutilated cow, I thought, well, it's pretty close to home now. It's happened to me, which you never think it's going to, you know, until it does.
Where are you going?
In the winter of 2022, we had another mutilation. It's just less than a half mile from the house.
The old
That
man
bull dead right here,
from
no sign of
Poltergeist
struggle
2.
or anything. There was next to no blood on the ground here. No sign of foul play
That's
other
who he
than it was
looks like.
mutilated. At the scene
That
of the
creepy old
crime,
man from
we had
Poltergeist 2
probably over 2
that knocks
feet of
on the
snow
door.
on the ground then. I looked for tracks. You know, I walked out in the snow all the way around. Couldn't see any tracks of any sort. There was no way anybody could have got in here without leaving tracks. I called the state police and they came out, walked around out there, made a big circle out around, and he didn't find any tracks. None of the authorities I talked to ever thought it was any kind of a predator attack or kill. They wouldn't say what it was because there's no evidence. It was just really odd.
I'm okay. So this is all in Oregon. So you tell me don't go to Oregon? It's only going after cows, I guess.
My name is Jeremiah Holmes. I work for the Wheeler County Sheriff's Office. We've had 5 confirmed mutilations in the county since 2019.
Interesting music choose you got.
Oh no, it's playing.
That girl.
One of them was in July of 2020.
Should've
I
played
got a
for
phone
him.
call from the rancher. He was baffled by what he saw, much like most people are.
It reminds me,
He didn't want people to think
the other
he
guy,
was
it
weird or
reminded,
strange or something
it
for
reminded
calling it
me of
in.
the old guy from Poltergeist 2.
There was a
Yeah.
cow laying underneath a juniper tree, and her head was 5-6 inches off the ground. From a distance, she looked like she was probably a sick cow. And we get up there, and she's dead. Tongue was gone. The reproductive tracts that they could get to were
All in
gone.
the same town?
It was eerie.
All in this kind
I have
of, not the same
never
town,
seen
but all in
a cow
Oregon. But at
with
first
its
it
head off
said
the
something about
ground. I've
Missouri.
seen a rigor mortis type stage
Yeah,
like
it
that
says-
ever. I took a few photos and wrote it up and documented it as well. But I have no way to explain it. I'm absolutely convinced it's not predators. Predators are going to go to
There's
the
no
soft
tracks or
tissue, but
anything.
they're not going to do it precision. And so when you start talking about mutilations, it's mystery. It's that invasion of somebody coming and killing an animal on your property, and you can't put a finger on who it is. You're just kind of on edge because you don't have a clue really what you're dealing with.
My name is Stephen Allen. I'm the publisher and editor of the Times-Journal newspaper here in Condon, Oregon. When I heard about the first cattle mutilated in Wheeler County in December of 2019, honestly, I didn't know what to think. I'm not a cattle guy, but it was really when I first talked to Deputy Jeremiah Holmes that I started to feel like something was going on here, that something was happening to the livestock in the area.
It also said like no animals like
There were
will
some
come
people
pick
who were
at it.
scared,
No
and
birds,
people who I
nothing.
think normally aren't scared.
Huh?
They were shook.
Won't even go near
And they
it.
told me,
No scavengers.
don't stop, you gotta keep asking questions, you gotta find out what's going on.
Leave it there.
Yeah, they won't touch it.
It was March 22nd, 2020. My grandson and I went out. It was the last week of elk season, and I drove up on this bull. Bull was laying on his side. He just, poof, he was over and moved, which that was immediately strange. Big chunk of skin removed from his belly all the way back up to his rectum. I've seen a lot of stuff. I've never seen anything like it. Really haven't. There was just something really strange about the whole deal. When I really started looking at the situation, the creeps kind of got to me. Still, my hair will stand up on the back of my neck when I drive by that spot.
The first time I heard about a cattle mutilation was in the late 70s. My dad worked for the Department of Agriculture. I can remember Dad talking about them. Everybody was, oh shit, what happened? You know, I mean, it was a big deal. I can remember him scratching his head and wanted to know why somebody would do that to a cow.
They bounce around everywhere.
Huh?
The first one that I found was really something. I see her laying there, so when I walked up there and I just kind of stood there in shock that she was mutilated. Actually couldn't believe it. First one I'd actually seen. There's no reason she should be dead. She's a perfectly healthy cow. They had taken her lips and her tongue, her cheeks. The vulva was cut out of her in a perfect circle. Straight lines, no jagged, ragged. I mean, just to a T. I thought, Jesus Christ, what the hell happened? And the more you look at it, the more bizarre it comes in it because it's so precise.
Well, I can tell you no bear did that.
In the cow business, there's absolutely no way to prevent death. You're going to have some death loss, whether it's a sickness, a broken leg, but mutilation, that's different. That's some sick, twisted stuff.
My name is Julie Sperry.
Yeah.
I am a veterinarian based out of Gardner, Colorado. As a bovine veterinarian, I work with cattle ranchers to keep all of the cows, calves, and bulls healthy. When I had seen reports of cattle mutilation on the news before, I had at first poo-pooed it because the genitalia and the rectums is kind of a predatory scavenger type thing, but then you add in the tongue and predators won't touch that. I got to thinking that maybe there really was something to the cattle mutilations and that it wasn't predators. This past spring, got a phone call about a cow that had died, and the owner wanted a necropsy done to see why she died because she was a young, healthy cow. There was really nothing that pointed to any reason why this cow died. After I had looked in her abdomen and chest, I went to grab for her tongue so I could open her mouth better. It's easy to use that for leverage, and there wasn't much tongue left. There was no way any predator could have gotten in there to get to it because rigor had set in and her jaw was clamped shut. All of my medical training cannot point to why this cow died. And no amount of research, tissue, blood is going to tell us anything other than what I saw with my naked eye, which was nothing. As far as what or who are mutilating these cows, I honestly have no idea because it's like nothing that I have ever seen before. I really wish I had an answer.
Thanks for the comments.
My name is Christopher O'Brien. I've been an unexplained livestock death investigator for over 30 years.
That's a job.
And I've investigated over 200 cases.
Guess so.
It's horrifying what I've seen. The cattle mutilation mystery is by far the scariest phenomenon, and very, very few people take it upon themselves to investigate cases of this type.
Okay, this is a pretty precise triangular cut. That cut does look a little suspect. Okay, we see obvious cookie cutter incisions. I mean, phenomenal. Go ahead, tell me the coyotes did that.
We have cases for mutilating livestock that have been documented to go back to the reign of James I in England in 1606. But all these prior cases really did not gain any sort of international notoriety. These were all local curiosities. But when Snippy happened in 1967, this became an international news story. Snippy was a horse living in the San Luis Valley in Colorado, and she was found dead. The spinal cord was missing from within the spine, with no apparent way into the spinal cord channel from either the top or the bottom. The brain was gone without a break into the cranium, and the upper respiratory organs were gone. The family, of course, was very freaked out by this.
That is weird.
Laying on its side, like it had just dropped over while it was running. Except for the fact that from here up, all of the skin, tissue, everything was stripped from that horse's head.
The Snippy crime scene was highly unusual. Normally, if a horse is found denuded of flesh from its shoulders to its neck, you'd have tissue and blood and body fluids around, and none of this is present at the site. When they did a really intensive survey of the area there, they found that she had pranced around in 2 or 3 circles before then being found 100 feet away from where her tracks were.
Thanks for the raises.
That gave the appearance of maybe something aerial had been stalking her.
My mother turned around to me and she said, Nellie's horse got killed by a flying saucer last night.
We do have a well-documented wave of UFO activity that was going on at the time of the Snippy case, the late summer, fall of 1967. You have a bunch of sightings that are occurring in Colorado. People lining up the roadways with picnic lunches waiting for the UFOs to come out. I mean, it was a big deal. And then to have the Snippy case occur, it's almost impossible not to equate one with the other. And from then on, the mutilations jumped into high gear. In 1973, all hell broke loose. Mutilations occurred, and by the end of the year, I think it was 14 states at that point that had reported mutilation cases.
3 dead cows lying in a straight line 150 yards apart. Their eyes, tongues, and sex organs cut out with laser-like precision.
New Mexico was one of the states that was really hit the hardest. And there was over 150, I think, mutilations in a 4 or 5 year period in the late 70s. And by this point, thousands of animals had been reported mutilated. I think a number that's commonly used and referred to is in the United States and in Canada, there have been about 10,000 cases. We're probably only seeing the tip of the iceberg. Probably many more cases occurred. My personal feeling is only 1 in 10 mutilations actually get reported to law enforcement.
Ranchers are typically pretty private people. They also take their work very seriously. So when they start to lose animals, it's also a bit of a source of pride. And so I don't think they like a lot of people knowing that they've had a death in their herd. So you don't know how many are not reported.
Unsolved mysteries.
A classic mutilation, by investigators' definition, would be the flesh taken off the jaw with the jawbone polished white. Usually the tongue is taken out. It's very, very difficult to do surgically. Oftentimes an ear is missing, an eye. The animal's reproductive organs are popped out. But if the blood is missing, that's the telltale sign for a classic mutilation.
I couldn't find any blood anywhere.
No puddle of blood, no nothing, just a dead cow.
There was no blood.
Typically when there's a dead animal, it's a bit of a scene. I mean, it looks like a crime scene. There's blood everywhere. I mean, we're talking about a cow or bull. That's up to 13 gallons of blood that could be lost. And there's nothing on the ground.
It'd be a bloody mess. Absolutely. And there was no blood where our heifer was laying there dead.
The most puzzling aspect of this case was I couldn't figure out why there wasn't more blood from the mutilation. There would have been blood all over the place.
It's just bizarre. I mean, it's so bizarre, this stuff. It's hard to wrap your head around. It doesn't make sense to me, and I don't understand.
Thank you, Greg.
No rancher has been harder hit than Eli Ronich. 14 of his cows have been mutilated. A pathologist concluded the cuts were made by, quote, the application of high temperature as a dissecting process.
When it comes to investigating, we're literally looking for anything, but tracks are number one, trying to find evidence of how somebody got in there.
I found absolutely no tracks at all. The fact there was lack of tracks and stuff just really made my hair stand up on end. And that takes a lot for me.
The fences aren't cut, grass isn't tromped over where somebody walked through it. Nothing. Nothing.
No footprints, no four-wheeler tracks, no pickup tracks. And then I'd say the other thing, whoever's doing the mutilation, I don't know how they get the cattle incapacitated to where they can work on them.
There's been a lot of discrepancies and thoughts of how these animals are getting killed. You know, we're not finding any gunshots, any bullet holes.
Thank you for the policies.
I know how powerful cattle are. They're strong. I mean, we had a bull weighed over 2,000 pounds. There's just no way 5 or 6 people could even think of taking one down. It's a lot of animal to just plop over on each side and not leave a mark anywhere.
Cattle are a prey animal, so they are ever vigilant about what's around them. You rarely can sneak up on one.
You don't just walk up to a big healthy animal like this and tell it to lay down. You know, you've got to do something to it. So it'd have to have been some kind of a dart or something thing to make it fall.
There's dart guns out there today that individuals use for doctoring animals. Are you dealing with some kind of a coagulant that, you know, the blood coagulates in an instant and that animal freezes in its tracks?
Somebody had to tranquilize her and then give her a shot of that stuff that coagulates your blood because there was no bullet holes, no nothing.
One of the ingenious elements of this whole mystery is the animal usually lays in the environment for at least 3 or 4 days before it's even discovered.
When you have an animal that's been dead for 4, 5, 6 days, any attempt for like blood draws or anything like that are done. You're not going to find anything in the blood or tissue samples. Any drugs in the system would have been long gone.
I honestly didn't know what to sample. It's not something that is probably going to be worth anything anymore because the blood has already started to degrade.
We took some tissue samples, but by the time the samples get there, they're rotten, and so they can't find anything about cause of death.
No reasonable person can sit here and comprehend why someone or some group of individuals would want these body parts from these animals. It's just a senseless crime. You know, it's just something that isn't conducive to common reasoning.
I wouldn't have a clue what a motive would be. In the days of when the buffalo roamed the country, the buffalo hiders, one of the things that they did, they took the tongues. The tongues were kind of a delicacy on the buffalo.
There's no value to any of the parts. You go to a meat market and you can buy a tongue, but it's a $10 or $15 item maybe. The reproductive organs have no real value. Why would anybody want those kind of things? Other than it's for some kind of ritual or something.
Roving bands of shadowy Satan worshippers are frequently mentioned as possible culprits in the mutilations.
There's a lot of folks that believe it's a cult. There's a lot of them.
They was getting ready to make a sacrifice, I think, to the devil over that red moon.
I think there's ritualistic and blood sacrifice written all over this mystery. It's the only blood-based paranormal phenomenon, and it's the one that leaves behind the most physical evidence. So that fact alone gives it a veneer of almost an evil, sort of predatory, occultish kind of feel to it.
Now, police have been skeptical when investigating these acts, just as we are in reporting them. But there is no question that something is going on out there.
Okay, just a little date ID check. It's May 4th, 1998, 11:55 in the morning. Got this call from June Walkley and her husband Virgil, and they spotted this animal that they said looked like it had been dropped on the fence.
Another thing that's interesting as well is sometimes there's evidence of the animal being dropped from a height. Horns broken off, heads twisted in an unnatural way, clamp marks on the back like it had been picked up and dropped, spines with all the ribs broken off right on the spine, like it had been dropped from great height and snapped all the ribs. So it does appear that these animals are being picked up, taken somewhere, experimented on, and then brought back and dropped in a different place in the pasture than where they were picked up. We've had cases that cows have ended up 5 pastures away from where they were originally supposed to be, up to 2, 3, 4, even 7 miles away. Who's doing this? I don't know, but they definitely have their modus operandi dialed in.
House investigations have found an unusually high correlation between mutilations and UFO sightings.
I've had 2 ranchers tell me off the record that the only thing they can think of is UFOs. I've also had people who live in these very remote places tell me that they have seen UFOs.
One thing that, you hear about this stuff is aliens. I personally don't believe that. I believe this is being done by people. It pisses me off. You're stealing. It's theft. In any other business, when you steal from somebody, there's consequences for that.
In a state where cattle are a billion-dollar industry, theories about the mutilations almost outnumber the ranchers who talk about them. Some think the criminals come by helicopter, flying through the night, descending on herds. Helicopters bearing men with poison darts, or perhaps military men trying out a new chemical.
In the 70s, we have sightings in Colorado where groups of as many as 7 helicopters are seen harassing cattle herds. These helicopter sightings, when you start adding them up, there's at least 350, 400 of them. Documented sightings of helicopters in and around mutilation sites, mostly afterwards. The fact that these government helicopters, we're assuming, are being seen suggests that there may be some sort of official sanctioned government program going on. What are they doing?
The possibility of a group of people doing this seems to be the one that law enforcement has taken the most seriously. I wonder if it's a serial killer group or some kind of group that's capable of doing something like this.
Some of the greatest serial killers in the world eventually made a mistake. They left something and they were discovered. I think if it was 2 or 3 guys or a cult, I think that something would be found by now.
It's got to be multi-generational because we've been dealing with this now for 40, 50, 60 years. So it's not just one group of people that we're doing this. That's always been one of the stumbling blocks for this. How come they haven't opened up, and why don't we have a whistleblower? Why don't we have somebody that's come forward?
Mutilation of a cow or a bull is a crime. It is something that's serious, and it's an animal this time. But what happens if ranchers' kids are out there on a 4-wheeler or something and they run across somebody that's causing this? Are they going to take somebody's life in addition to that?
Our bull got mutilated within a half mile of our house. It's really troubling to think that somebody would come within that close to the house and kill something. And who knows if somebody's demented enough to come on the ranch and kill and mutilate a bull or a cow, what's going to keep them from coming in the house and killing somebody? That night, my daughter was home alone. You know, you think you're safe living way out of town, way out here at the end of the road, and you just don't know that you are.
I think there is a real concern of what might be out there. The mystery just kind of continues to grow.
Well, tonight authorities north of Houston are investigating the mysterious death of 6 cattle found with their tongues removed, but no blood spilled.
I know that there's a lot of cases happening in Texas right now.
Investigators say the cow's remains weren't even scavenged by other animals. An expert we spoke to says that's just unusual.
The Oregon cases that happened in 2018 through 2021 were maybe just a presage to a new wave that we have developing in light of these new Texas cases that have been reported, which may number around a dozen now. the Texas cases, they all have been described as being classic mutilations, and they've all appeared to be north of Houston in southeast Texas.
The Animal Legal Defense Fund has now stepped in and is offering a reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person or people responsible.
Officials in Texas are very, very tight-lipped and have not allowed any, to my knowledge, any information out about the nature of these cases.
It is frustrating because I want answers. If we start looking at collaborating and coming up with some kind of a group idea on how to investigate these, get some sort of a data system or something where we can see what's going on in other counties and see the reports, I think that there's a better chance of getting some kind of closure.
Authorities in at least 4 counties across southeast Texas investigating these cases, all very similar. So far, no arrests have been made. If you have any information, call police.
We want to get that information out there because for every one that's lost here, there's how many more lost in other states, other counties. I hope if there's anybody out there with any factual leads that would put us in the right path of solving what's going on, that they would reach out so we can get this behind us, or at least know what we're dealing with so that we know how to prevent it. I think the unknown is probably the thing that's the most unnerving, is because there's no answer.
You know, maybe this is all just some sort of weird, treacherous joke that's being played on humanity.
The kinds of people that are out there that are capable of doing something like this, the kinds of beings that are out there capable of doing something like this, I don't know. That is the mystery.
I do believe it's done by something superior to our way of thinking. It's got to be some grand experiment of some sort. And what that is, I don't know.
What?
So I finally tried it.
Pumpkin latte.
No, the thing I sent you the other day with the popcorn. With the Tabasco and the pickle juice.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And
Pretty good. You wanna try it?
I feel like you're not giving me a choice here.
Just grab a piece of popcorn and dip it in the pickle juice. You don't like it?
Just drink pickle juice.
Well, because you dipped it too much, dummy.
Holy crap.
You dipped it too much.
How much hot sauce you put on it?
Not much. Good.
Like a fire-breathing dragon.
It's yummy. What happened with the other one?
Margaret?
What happened?
You don't know what it is?
Well, obviously.
If you know, call Unsolved Mysteries and tell them why you
Oh my God.
This Air Force base here in Roswell, New Mexico, the center of a controversy back in 1947 that over 40 years later still remains unsolved.
And Tabasco.
In September of 1989, Unsolved Mysteries opened the door. This was their very first network show that presented Roswell as a historic event, that it was something that was clearly being covered up. Here we are now, decades later, and it's still as big.
President Clinton said he did go right in, and he did check, and there was nothing.
Well, you know, that's what we're instructed to say.
There has to be documentation. It has to be somewhere. It's just we haven't found it.
Roswell is something unique.
Oh my
The
God.
chance of an actual craft.
Tabasco.
The chance of
On
remains.
popcorn. Pickle
It
juice.
takes you down all
And
these
coffee?
different avenues of potential
Perfect.
evidence that are unlike any other UFO story.
And that's kind of what drives me. It was an incredible story I wanted to tell, and I haven't been able to tell the end of it. And that's what I would like to do, is tell the end of it.
More UFOs?
That's the last one.
We refer to Roswell as
Really?
the ultimate cold case file.
How much did we sleep through last night?
I only released 5.
It's the one case
I only
that could
seen
solve the entire UFO mystery overnight.
Cow.
It's paranormal.
Other sightings in other countries. Well, this is Brazil's Roswell. This is the European Roswell. Well, this is the Russian Roswell. So everything focuses back to Roswell.
Roswell is the granddaddy of them all. Well, this is it. This is what the witnesses always described to us. Kevin Randall and I have been investigating this phenomenon for a good part of the last 40 years.
If we can prove what happened here, if we can prove it was an alien spacecraft, this changes the whole dynamic of society.
The late evening of July 2nd in 1947, there was a severe lightning storm that came off of the Capitan Mountains in New Mexico. Ranchers described that between the thunderclaps, they heard what sounded like an
I thought that was
explosion.
a bomb. I was like, why are they showing a bomb? Anyways, okay. I literally thought it was.
Next morning, a ranch foreman by the name of W.W. Brazo discovers a debris field were sheets of foil-like, metal-like material. Super light, but super strong. So that Sunday, July 6th, he gathered up some boxes of this material, loaded it up into the back of his pickup truck, made a 75-mile drive here into Roswell. And then at Roswell, you had the headquarters of the 509th Bomb Group, the first atomic bomb squadron in the world at that time. The very bomb squadron that had dropped the 2 A bombs over Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Why is it so
And it's
little?
Major Jesse Marcel, the head of intelligence at the base, who would then retrieve a box of the wreckage from the rancher, Mac Brazo, and take it back to his boss. And it was at noon, Tuesday, July 8th, that the Roswell Army Airfield issued that famous press release where they actually stated they captured a flying saucer. Once the announcement hit the wire services, news got out all around the world, throughout Europe, even as far away as Australia.
Headline edition, July 8, 1947. The Army Air Forces has announced that a flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army.
The way they used to say Army.
Major Marcel is ordered onto a B-29 bomber, and he flies with some of the wreckage to Brigadier General Roger Ramey, head of the 8th Air Force in Fort Worth, Texas. He takes it to General Ramey's office. Ramey takes him to a map room. When they return, Marcel is shocked to see the wreckage is now gone. And in its place is a clump of rotting neoprene rubber balloon and a shredded radar reflector kite.
Oh shit.
And Major Marcel is then ordered by Ramey to pose holding up sheets of the foil kite. Marcel is also ordered by General Ramey not to say a word to any of the reporters, not to even say a word to his wife once he got home. The media in Roswell were threatened with the loss of their licenses within 24 hours if they didn't stop the flying saucer story. And so the evolution of the flying saucer story into the weather balloon would begin.
By the time the next morning came around, the story was basically dead. And from that point on, for literally decades, there were very few mentions of Roswell suggesting it was anything other than a weather balloon.
After the balloon press conference in General Ramey's office, Major Marcel was kept overnight in Fort Worth. As things quieted down, he realized he was the fall guy. He was the patsy in all this. He's ordered to pose with the substituted balloon and fully aware of the fact that it's not what he recovered, not what he brought to General Ramey's office. But he kept that a secret and would retire within a couple of years after the incident. He returned back home to Wilmot, Louisiana, and he went into television repair.
In 1947, when my grandfather was told not to talk about it, he took it to heart. That's his job. That's what he's going to do. He's a military officer, and by
You
gosh,
didn't really have
you don't want me to
another
talk
option.
about it, I'm not going to talk about it.
Like, he'd
But
get thrown.
at a certain point, after so many years go by,
Yeah.
he just couldn't understand why the truth wasn't coming out. It ate him up inside.
I think it was because he wanted to talk about it. He wanted to get it out there. He believed in it, but yet he was forced in this corner. And my grandfather decided he was not going to die with a story.
Good for him.
30 years after the incident, Major Jesse Marcel Sr.
Go, Glen Coco.
was diagnosed with terminal emphysema. At this point, Marcel had nothing to lose. He was dying. What's the government going to do to me now?
Kill more?
And so he decided to tell the truth.
I knew that I had never seen anything like that before. And as of now, I don't know what it was.
Marcel shared details of his experience in the TV series In Search Of, in an episode, which was one of the earliest efforts to uncover the buried history of Roswell.
It was not anything from this earth that I'm quite sure of. You couldn't even bend it, you couldn't bend it. Even with a sledgehammer, being an intelligence officer, I was familiar with just about all materials used in aircraft and our air travel. This is nothing like that. It could not be. It could not have been. They took pictures, of course. They had a whole flock of microphones there. They wanted they wanted some comments from me, but I wasn't at liberty to do that. So all I could do is keep my mouth shut. And General Raby is the one who told the newsman what it was and to forget about it. It was nothing more than an observation balloon. Of course, which we both knew differently.
When we learned about Jesse Marcel talking about picking up pieces of a flying saucer, that sparked our whole investigation. We started our research looking for corroboration of the story. Let's see what we really have in the way of evidence.
Flying saucers have invaded our planet.
I always blame my mother for my interest in UFOs. She was a science fiction fan, and she took me to a movie in 1956 to Earth versus the Flying Saucers, and that kind of got me interested. I spent several years as an intelligence officer in the Air Force, was deployed to Iraq as an Army intelligence officer, and eventually retired as Lieutenant Colonel from the Iowa National Guard. In the 1970s, I published several articles about UFO sightings, including those with physical evidence and some sort of photographic proof. When I met up with Don Schmidt, he had an extensive background in UFO research. He had worked with Alan Hynek, Dr. Hynek, who was the Air Force consultant to Project Blue Book, their investigation of UFOs at the time. And I thought I would be a good partner for Don simply because of my military background. I would understand the protocols of the military better than a civilian would. And I might relate a little bit better to them. They might be more open to talking to me than someone who did not have a military background. So he invited me down to Roswell with him. And we made our first investigation in 1989.
Well, you remember the photograph was running into the arroyo, yeah.
Because it was such an excitement.
It was such an excitement. I became interested in the very subject of UFOs back in high school. I was just captivated, just the very concept of being visited by an intelligence off the planet. Kevin and I, we had written a number of books investigating UFOs. One of the things that I really enjoy about the subject is not only chasing this elusive phantom, but trying to solve the ultimate mystery of what happened in Roswell. Because the story...
But why hasn't it ever happened again, though?
When we first started investigating Roswell, February of 1989, Kevin and I were complete skeptics. We both knew next to nothing about Roswell.
Don and I came down here with the attitude that we spend a couple of days down and get to the bottom of it, and that would be the end of it.
We were wrong.
The military appeared over there. Yeah.
It was something that deserved our full attention in an investigative capacity. One of the problems we had was we were dealing with witnesses from 1947 who are getting very old.
We got word of it with the rancher himself.
He was glad to do the government a favor of bringing the pieces.
Marcel had since passed away, and so we realized we had kind of a race with the Undertaker on that respect. We had to get to the witnesses while they were still alive, and we could talk to them about what they had seen and what they had done.
Early on, we met with the late Dr. Colonel Jesse Marcel Jr., the lone son of Jesse Marcel Sr.
Why did he wake you up?
You had something you wanted to show us. This apparently was some debris or something he brought in from the field.
Look at this writing.
Thank you.
What do you think that is?
Jesse Marcel Jr. found a thing that he called an I-beam, 8 to 10 inches long and maybe a half an inch wide at the widest part. And there was some purple symbology on it, so it was sort of embossed on there.
The most unusual part of this whole thing was what was on the I-beam, the inner surface of the I-beam. There appeared to be a type of writing, definitely a purplish violet hue. I don't recall any seeing any lines or letters of any kind, but it was more like geometric shapes.
Is it possible you might have mistaken it for Russian, Japanese, any other language?
No.
My grandfather said, I think you're the first person to ever see a writing from an extraterrestrial being of some kind. This is pretty representative of what they found. It was silver in color. Even the color of the symbols were a light violet like this. And these symbols were based on my grandfather's and father's descriptions. You remember back when we were, I think, somewhere around 8 and 9 years old, and Dad would talk about, life in the universe.
Jesse Marcel III and Denise Marcel were important in the beginning because they helped us understand their grandfather.
When my grandfather and father, when they were relaying these stories, it was life-altering. They, at the very least, absolutely believed in it.
We would talk privately among ourselves about what this thing was. We came to the conclusion it was not of earthly origin. If I had not actually held pieces of it in my hand, I would not think that it would be possible. But because I happened to see this, that's the only reason I believe it.
My grandfather broke every rule in the book to go home and show his son what he found. And because he was willing to break all those rules, ones that he was steadfast in belief of, lived his life by, that little piece of information probably makes me believe it more than anything. That he was willing to, could have destroyed his career. They could have done anything to him. But he took that chance just to show his son.
He felt this was something very unusual. Felt it was probably something we'd never seen before, would never see again.
Yeah.
When my father started talking about the Roswell incident, his story stayed completely the same from the beginning to the end. He never changed anything.
11 years old, but he remembers.
I remember that very well. In spite of being 11, because it's such a...
I do believe, however, my grandfather took secrets to his grave about the Roswell incident. Because he always said, there's a lot more to the story, but I just can't talk about it.
Would you tell me?
When Jesse Marcel Sr. finally broke rank, more and more witnesses that had been sworn to secrecy started coming forward with their stories about Roswell.
There's no doubt in your mind, I gather, that the balloon story was a cover story.
Absolutely not. We knew that it was a cover story.
General Thomas DuBose, Chief of Staff to Brigadier General Roger Ramey in Fort Worth, confirmed that the weather balloon story was a cover-up.
But we used that in order to assuage the curiosity of the press, because
people were very careful about what they said, and I think a lot of the times people didn't know who to tell, and they didn't think they'd be believed anyway, so they didn't talk about it. And once we began asking questions and they realized that there were people who would believe their stories, they shared what they knew with us. Bill Brazel was the son of Mac Brazel, who was the man who discovered the debris field. Bill Brazel found pieces of the debris himself.
it was not a weather balloon. It was something
So wait, did somebody else found
altogether
it?
different.
Too? What? Somebody else found some too?
My friend was asking me if I'd found any more or anything like
another
this. And I said, no, I picked up a few scraps, about a cigar box full, and somebody, I don't know, must have informed the Air Force, because first thing I know, I have visitors.
But we were just scraping the tip of the iceberg at that time.
The old one's even creepier.
When we first heard of the incident at Roswell, we assumed it was just another UFO sighting that could be easily explained.
About a year into the investigation, when we did the Unsolved Mysteries shoot here in Roswell, that changed it into kind of a national phenomenon. And more people started coming forward.
There was a flying saucer.
Some type of craft from outer space.
No qualms about what it was.
A very lustrous metal.
I actually saw that piece of I-beam.
Just as hard as you could be and just as light as feather.
Don't say anything to us. If you do, you'll die, and so will Inez and the children.
Don't you say another word. This is a real and true story.
Their stories were consistent, both the military and the civilian. And after all these years, they wanted to tell the truth. To date, we have interviewed over 600 witnesses, either directly or indirectly involved with the Roswell incident of 1947. Like one of the witnesses told us, first thing I think of in the morning, last thing I think of every night.
Well, that's a lot to live on.
It doesn't get any easier. Because every time that I tell somebody about it, I feel like I'm 12 years old again.
Frankie Rowe was the daughter of a firefighter in Roswell in 1947. There had been reports of emergency personnel in the area who recovered debris, and Frankie told us that a state trooper brought some of it to the fire department, and she actually handled some of the debris. In an emotional documentary decades later, a dramatic interview elicited from Frankie the fear and trauma she felt as a young girl.
A car came driving up the driveway, and we had a pretty long driveway. It was a military car. He had mentioned at first that he wanted to see the one who had seen the piece of material that they had been handling down the station. I said, yes, I did handle it. Then he started emphasizing, no, you didn't. He didn't just come out and say, this is not something you're going to be allowed to talk about. He was trying to get it through my head that I never saw it. And he got louder. He said, there are things that we can do. He said, we can take you out here in the middle of this desert. He said, no one will ever find your bodies, ever. No one will ever know what happened to you.
What?
And I never discussed it again.
The government has never acknowledged any extraordinary debris at Roswell.
All I ever wanted.
Yet, one of the things that we learned was that back in 1947, the military went into high gear with a full recovery
Can you
operation.
imagine that they would have killed somebody and then they eventually
They immediately
come
cordoned
out
off
that it
the
was actually
area,
real?
cordoned off the roads, and then arranged for troops to go out and actually recover from the debris field every last piece of physical evidence.
My dad, Colonel Pat Saunders, was second in command under Colonel Blanchard at the Roswell Air Force Base. When the crash occurred, he was most responsible for assigning troops to the cleanup and how they were going to proceed with keeping the secret after the fact.
Colonel Patrick Saunders observed firsthand the level of security, the level of manpower that were part of the recovery operation, and the fact that enlisted men, non-officers, were sworn to secrecy.
But you would tell me, right?
When we contacted your father, he was often very reluctant to talk to us.
Right.
He made
I know
jokes
you.
about the little green man or the men from Mars and that sort of thing. But there was always something about it that we knew he knew more.
My dad was very aware of those threats that were made to anyone involved and even civilians, and he knew that some would be carried out.
The effort expended to recover the material does not make any sense. If it was just a weather balloon, why was there the need for the security in the first place? From that point on, the evolution of the case is very complex. The debris field was just metallic debris. So there had been a search for an impact site where the craft itself supposedly came down.
Witnesses told us that back in 1947, a team of archaeologists from Western Texas Tech came upon this pod, this egg-shaped craft about the size of a Volkswagen Beetle. So this particular site is separated by about 27 miles, going east-southeast from the debris field. We believe this was the final impact point. And then we learned they discovered bodies, and they were not human.
When you start talking about some kind of a crafted bodies, well, then you've elevated the level of importance.
The government has wreckage and alien bodies?
Alien bodies, yes.
You say that so seriously?
It's because it's absolutely true.
When we look at the body stories, there were some very good people who we talked to that are very credible.
We all went out into the desert in his truck, where a crashed saucer had come down.
Beverly Bean was the daughter of Sergeant Melvin Brown, who was pulled from his squadron to be a security guard out at the crash site.
Even this guy next to him couldn't understand why they had these trucks with some sort of ice or something in them. Whatever they had in there, they wanted to keep cold. And they were told not to look inside. But naturally, if somebody tells you not to look, then 9 times out of 10, you're going to look. So him and this other guy lifted up this tarpaulin or something that we covered that were inside the truck. And they saw these two bodies. He said they were small enough, no more than over 4 foot tall. Much larger heads than we have, and slanted eyes.
Shortly after we got involved in the case, we came across the first stories about bodies, and I think they have been proved from that point.
Think about it.
There's credible evidence that there were bodies.
I couldn't say that out here.
Pappy Henderson was one of the pilots for the 1st Air Transport Unit, and according to Sappho Henderson, his wife, Pappy was one of the pilots that flew bodies out of Roswell.
The final destination was Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton, Ohio, where the craft and bodies would be tested and analyzed.
My husband told me the bodies were small, the heads were larger, and the eyes were rather sunken and a little slanted. They were strange. They were not of this earth.
It was the Chinese.
When my husband, who was a man of truth, who was trusted with 29 different Army aircraft planes, first pilot, aircraft commander, tells me this story, I believed him.
My father, Colonel Pat Saunders, retired in 1970, and for the longest time he never told anyone anything. But at some point, he just felt like he had to tell the truth to someone, and he just chose to tell it to me. He didn't say a lot. He really simply said, "We're not alone in the universe. We found bodies." When my dad told me that, my jaw kind of dropped. I was shocked that he actually finally admitted it.
I had originally failed in my efforts to get Patrick Saunders to speak candidly about the incident.
But later on, he began to tell family and friends about what happened.
We were to learn through the family, and specifically his son, Tim, that his father had left a deathbed confession in a most unique form, in that of buying up copies of our paperback edition of our second book, and then writing that notation on the inner leaflet.
It said, "This is the truth, and I never told anybody anything," and signed his name, Pat Saunders. Here's a statement where the flyleaf talks about damage control, talks about what they did to cover the thing up, and here's one of the primary sources explaining what we wrote in the book is true.
I think it is the most damning document because it really spelled out exactly in detail what my dad had done and what his role was in the cover-up, and that they found bodies.
So we're now in hangar P3, now known as 84. It's one of the last structures on the base that was here in 1947.
At the base hangar, witnesses told us boxes of the wreckage, along with the crate containing a number of the bodies, were loaded into waiting aircraft and then shipped out.
Based on testimonies of the witnesses, this is probably the room where they kept the bodies.
It's a perfect locker, that it is, with,
Yeah.
you know, frosted windows and a single door.
It's sealed off now, but in 1947 it was open. You could move the bodies from this secure location right to the airplane.
Precisely.
They could have taxied from this point and taken off. They could have been off the base in 5 minutes once they got the thing loaded.
Thank you.
Congressman Schiff, what got you interested in this subject per se?
I started receiving letters a little over 2 years ago from constituents stating that they believe the government was covering up what happened at Roswell.
Congressman Stephen Schiff of New Mexico represented a good number of the actual witnesses. In 1994, he would spearhead the effort by members of Congress demanding to see the Roswell files.
And now this from the Pentagon. The Air Force has issued a 231-page report on what's become known as the incident at Roswell. But the report seems to raise just as many questions as it tries to answer.
I was an Air Force Office Special Investigation Agent, and I dealt with issues having to do with all kind of investigating matters from criminal to otherwise. I had almost nothing to do with UFOs until I was assigned to the Roswell incident, but I remember watching Unsolved Mysteries about Roswell because I was a great big Robert Stack fan. And I remember when the show came on, it got my attention.
Tonight, a special Unsolved Mysteries report. Mysteries of alien beings.
If Robert Stack said it, it's got to be true. I mean, would a guy in a trench coat with that kind of voice lie to you? In 1994, our job was to find out what did or did not happen at Roswell. But in order to do that, we had to review literally millions of records, miles of microfilm. And I really kind of wanted there to be something there. But there was almost nothing in any Air Force records about Roswell. And then we found out about Project Mogul, which was taking place in New Mexico at that time.
Begun in 1946, Project Mogul was a top-secret attempt to acoustically detect suspected Soviet nuclear explosions and ballistic missile launches. Mogul used an odd assortment of naval acoustical sensors, radar reflecting targets, nylon fibers, and other equipment carried aloft by a train of weather balloons extending over 600 feet.
Project Mogul explained a lot of things for this whole Roswell incident, including the descriptions by some witnesses of what the material found at Roswell looked like. And so our conclusion was a Project Mogul balloon crashed in Roswell, and that Project Mogul was the best scientific and logical explanation for what happened in Roswell, New Mexico in 1947. Did we say that was definitive? No.
The Air Force now says it wasn't a weather balloon after all, but a top-secret balloon to spy on the Soviets. That would appear to explain all the Pentagon secrecy, right? Wrong.
When the report came out, I wasn't surprised. They all knew exactly what they were going to do. They weren't going to admit anything.
We had considered Mogul very early on in our own investigation, and we could easily disqualify it as a potential explanation to Roswell.
We were told it was a top secret project. We were told it was classified material being used, but when we get down to it, we realize the purpose was classified, but the balloon itself was not. The Mogul equipment was off-the-shelf weather balloons, off-the-shelf radar targets. In fact, early on, the people at Alamogordo Army Airfield, where they were launching the balloons, made a trip to Roswell Army Airfield to enlist their aid in recovering one of the balloons that crashed east of Roswell. So the Roswell Army Airfield knew what was going on. They knew what the balloons were. There was no reason for Jesse Marcel Sr. not to be able to recognize it.
They were launching these Project Mogul balloons on a regular basis. The Air Force report would attribute Roswell to flight number 4.
The culprit they point to is the June 4th, 1947 launch from Alamogordo. But the problem is, all the documentation suggests flight number 4 never flew. The flight was canceled because they could not launch them in cloudy weather. And if the flight was canceled, well, it couldn't have left the debris.
Wow,
one thing is clear, everybody agrees something fell. But what was it?
Oh, just recall.
I respect Colonel Weaver as a military officer. I think he's an honest man. I think he was given a job to do, and he did the job he was given to do. We just disagree on where some of the evidence takes us. They followed the trail to Project Mogul because here was an explanation that gets it out of the hair of the Air Force and it proves that it was something mundane. But the government does not offer any evidence that what they found was, in fact, Project Mogul balloon. They just suggest it, but there is no evidence for it.
This was a good faith attempt to really look at Roswell in depth, as much as it's been criticized since that time. We ruled out all the other things that made sense, airplane crashes and nuclear accidents and missile launches and all the other things that we delved into, including the fact that could this be something from outer space? And there absolutely is no record of anything the Air Force has to indicate that was the case either. So it was ruled out.
The Air Force's 1994 report only created more questions. What about all the rumors of all the bodies? I mean, balloons don't have pilots.
Today, we're releasing the final report to address questions about alleged bodies associated with the Roswell story.
In May of 1997, in a response in addressing the growing number of witnesses to the bodies, the Air Force was once again compelled to come out with another report.
Reports of aliens were actually anthropomorphic test dummies that were carried aloft by Air Force high-altitude research balloons. Critical examination of alleged alien sightings consistently matched the physical characteristics of these dummies. Crash test dummies are today easily identifiable. However, during the 1950s, public awareness was still decades away for these important scientific tools.
The second report was kind of laughed at by UFO researchers because we saw all the flaws in it. So that kind of eliminated for us the legitimacy of the report.
These figures were much smaller stature than full-size adult figures. How do you reconcile?
I don't reconcile that. I just have no idea why they say that.
To us, it became a hodgepodge of just trying to throw everything against the wall and seeing what could stick.
Colonel, how do you square the UFO enthusiasts saying that they're talking about 1947, you're talking about dummies used in the 50s?
Well, I'm afraid that's the problem that we have with time compression.
Why didn't people at the time say, well, my goodness, we were having dummy tests, this explains the answer?
Well, the dummy test, actually, you need to get the book, actually.
They're talking about crash test dummies, which didn't even come into existence until 1952, 5 years later. And so none of our witnesses to the bodies in 47 could have been witnesses to the crash test dummies.
I have it tabbed and I should be able to find it, but quite frankly, I'm sitting here and my knees are shaking.
The vast majority of my colleagues see it as part of the cover-up. It's smacked of desperation that if you don't like this, try this. If you don't believe this, believe this.
But quite frankly, this is probably what it was.
Using the word probably, and you say case closed. Those two don't jive.
Yeah,
How do you
right.
reconcile
Okay,
that?
let me say, from the Air Force perspective, that's exactly what it was.
They knew they weren't going to get us to back down, ever. And it has only motivated us all the more. In fact, we felt rather vindicated that they were acknowledging that witnesses were describing bodies that were not human.
The other world visitors, the rain, the heat doesn't bother them. The word is, space aliens don't sweat.
The mainstream media had this knee-jerk response that, well, the government says this, so, you know, we'll go along with it.
The media enables the UFO cover-up from the very beginning. They do their 90 seconds on it, and we can see the tongue-in-cheek treatment they gave the topic, because an awful lot of times they were too sophisticated to believe in flying saucers from another planet, for crying out loud.
Next they'll be saying wrestling on TV is fake.
One question I'd like to get the answer to is, if there was a top secret Project Mogul balloon that fell out of the sky, why is there no record of the crash? Where's that documentation?
Every aspect of this incident, from the recovery to the transport, would have been heavily documented, and it suggests that all that documentation has been misplaced, mislabeled, or never existed. It's just beyond human comprehension.
If you can prove that Roswell was some terrestrial event, if you have better evidence, let us know. I believe that the military experienced the recovery of an alien spacecraft. It's where the evidence is leading us. The Air Force says they have no evidence it was extraterrestrial. But I think when they're looking for these sorts of records, they're looking in the wrong places. I think that the files were gathered up and are in a different repository, hidden deep in the archives of the government, and therefore there was no paper trail to it.
Something happened out there in that New Mexican desert, and we're not getting the whole story. Here we are now, 76 years later, and now we're talking about hearings in Washington, and they keep talking about Roswell.
Since the Roswell incident in 1947, many Americans have wondered about the dangers of unknown objects crisscrossing our skies.
Yet from Roswell, New Mexico to the coast of Jacksonville, Florida, mountains of overclassified documents continue to be hidden from the American people.
The American people deserve to know what is happening in our skies. It is long overdue. Thank you.
A congressional committee held a rare hearing on Capitol Hill today on the subject of UFOs.
Now, those three men testified before Congress today, revealing shocking details about what we call UFOs, but the government calls UAPs.
One former Pentagon employee told Congress last week that the truth is out there and it's being hidden from the American people.
When we began our investigation more than 30 years ago, we just did not have many pieces. As we talked to people, we got more and more pieces of the puzzle. We began to understand more clearly what was going on. It is a labor of love because I wanted to tell this story. I thought there was a story that needed to be told here.
It's been my life's work. At times I would ask myself, was it worth it? But I've made my choice to speak out for the witnesses, to represent all of them, because they want answers.
I want them to say, yes, it did happen. I'm sorry your dad had to carry that secret all those years. I'm sorry he couldn't die in peace. I'm sorry he had to be laying in bed dying and trying to relate a story that even while he was dying, he was too scared to talk about. What I want to find out is why.
They feel that the government owes them. They feel that the Pentagon, for example, has used their family.
Seeing what my dad had to deal with, the fact that they had to keep it secret, it bothered him. but it was his duty, and he was certainly not ashamed of that. But I knew it in some ways defined him. I'm very proud of what he did, and it makes me miss him a whole lot, wishing I could have a couple more conversations with him about it.
The officers who were involved, they were the elite in the military. And with Jesse Marceau Sr., the government selecting him as the patsy, as the fall guy, that's the ultimate crime when you think about the fact that he was used for all those years to maintain a cover-up.
When my grandfather spoke out, to me that seems very courageous that he did that.
He definitely had a lot of pressure, but at the end of the day, my grandfather believed through the end of his life that what he was involved with was not from this earth. And he thought he was the luckiest guy on this planet because he was involved with it. He and my father both led their lives believing that there's life out there beyond us. My father spent the vast part of his later life looking through telescopes, building telescopes.
My dad built this amazing observatory. His passion was that telescope. He would tell me, when you're looking up at the sky, there's a possibility that somebody or something is looking right back down at you at the same time.
Ultimately, my father's dying wish was that in my lifetime, that the government would finally just come out and say, yes, Roswell was real.
We are confident in our conviction that we have demonstrated by the wealth of eyewitness testimony, the documentation provided with the sworn affidavits, the video depositions, the deathbed confessions, that we have proven this beyond a shadow of a doubt. But I still need to hold the piece, the physical proof that will help break this case.
It is still an unsolved mystery simply because we do not have that last piece of the puzzle. But there's still things that we can do. There's still investigative tracks we can follow.
We're still tracking down families. We're still conducting archaeological work out at the relevant sites. We're still hunting. We're still searching. Whoever secures the proof, I just want to be at the finish line at that time. I want to be around for that final victory, which will be for everyone.
Did our government in 1947 really discover evidence that there is life in the universe outside our own atmosphere?
She's sleeping.
Perhaps it was an experimental aircraft that the military wanted to keep top secret at all costs. But perhaps, just perhaps, it was something else.
Make some volume. What?
So what are your thoughts, Ray?
Is this all?
I'm really excited.
How do I find it?
You're just on it.
It was March 20.
Yeah, there's only 4 episodes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Park Bench Murders.
Yeah, which I didn't even see the end of it, but I was sleeping.
Then there was a Paranormal Partner,
Mm-hmm.
Cows, and UFOs.
Mm-hmm.
Each season's gotten less and less.
I see.
9 episodes, 5 episodes,
I like cartoons.
4 episodes.
Yeah, I noticed. What, is more things solved now? Gotta put the kids down. Oh,
Mr. Singer, I believe you know Sheriff Mills. It's his soul. It's gone.
Sam, I'm gonna put up a barrier. Don't scratch the wall. You know who I am. Lucifer. Hi, Sam. I think this is my best torture yet. You never left, Sam. You're still in the cage. With me. Oh, this could be
The vessel's melting. You're going to explode. There are things much older than souls in purgatory, and you gulp those in too.
What older things?
The Leviathans.
I can't hold them back. Hold who back? Leviathan!
Yes. Cass is. He's gone. This is going to be so much fun.
the poor guy's body.
Right, no joke. Think about everything.
Bobby? How many U.S. clouds are in there?
Look at
100?
the glasses.
More? The vessel's gonna explode, ain't it? Would duty then too strenuous? In fact, I'd call it a day, head on home. Huh?
We'll be back for you.
Well, this is a new one. You're not real. Right. You think this fruit bat fever dream is reality? You come back, I'm sorry, with no soul, like some peppy American psycho, till St. Dean glues you back together again by buying you some magic amnesia? You're real. I'm very real. Everything between is what we call set dressing. No, you're still in my cell. You're my bunkmate, buddy. You're my little bitch in every sense of the term.
Good song. I've actually never listened to it.
Sam. Sam. You hearing me? Oh. Look at me. Hey. All right, we gotta button this up. Come on. Let's get out of here. Come on.
I've never heard an Adele song. Not all the way through.
Damn it.
You sleeping?
Those,
Are you sleeping?
whatever you call them, Leviathan. Right. If they're in the pipes, they got themselves a highway to anywhere. Awesome. Okay. So he's gone. Yep. Rest in peace. If that's in the cards. Dumb son of a bitch. Well, he was friends with us, wasn't he? Can't get much dumber than that. Come on.
There's your difference.
Wake up, sunshine. Up and at him, man. Sammy. Sammy. Hey. It's 12 hours straight. I'm calling that rested. Here, hydrate. And, protein 8.
I don't.
Breakfast in bed. Don't get used to it. Let's see that hand. Oh, he wants to hold your little hand. How sweet. There you live. There. Take it easy. So, who's invasion? Any leads? I got all my feelers out. Whatever they're up to. Ain't about going Mothra down Main Street. They'll turn up.
No, I don't.
You seem pretty eager to stretch your legs, you know? Well, now on to our other big problem. How are you doing? And do not say okay. I'm not okay. You think? Hey, go a little easy. There's nothing easy about it, Bobby, okay? We acted like he had everything under control. I get it.
I don't like
I'm
the
sorry.
music.
Look, I didn't exactly want to crack up, you know? Get all that back there. Well, it's not
Well, it's
just
time for bed. Why don't you go get your nighties on? I'll be upstairs in a minute to put you down.
It's more like I'm seeing through the cracks.
Why don't you get your nighties on too?
It means I'm having a difficult time figuring out what's real.
You don't need a whole bag. Take a few, put the rest up.
For starters. Well, for starters, if you're tripping hell's
Not
bells,
here.
why would you hide that? I wasn't hiding it, I was just not talking about it.
Pixie, come
You had
on.
enough going on as it was. Look, I just figured try to hold on to the safety bar and ride it out, you know?
How did I open it?
I don't
Let's get it
know.
more
Take a
specific.
few, put the rest back. Go get your
As
nighties
in
on.
specifically what?
And go to bed.
Yep, I'll be up there to tuck you in a minute.
When I can't watch TV.
I mean, seriously, how do you argue with that?
Then bedtime. That's cool.
Oh, wait, I got it.
Can you? No, stop.
Why would the devil holler like you
I only
are
got
your wife
one.
when you just kick your ass all over the cage? Because, as he puts it,
Honestly,
you can't go after something when there's nothing left for you to take away. Very good stuff. Okay, fine. But this Malibu dream mansion that he makes for you to take away, is this post-apocalyptic mess? It had to be a mess, Sam. Or you wouldn't believe it was your life.
you can have a rest.
What?
You can have
I don't want it. Put it up,
seen him
please.
right now?
Thank you.
Feels he's not real. Right.
Just pick it up.
He says the same thing about you.
The dogs didn't eat it.
No, just pick it up. Put it up.
I'm going back to work.
Are they still good?
Yeah.
Scientists have no explanation for what astronomers can only describe as a surprise eclipse.
Hi, Glenn. We know you're hungry. Why not indulge yourself a bit?
at Biggerson's Homemade Pie Bar. It's like a salad bar, but with pie.
Next week on Dr. Sexy MD, Dr. Cheyenne Meganopoulos. It's a shocking return.
I'm sorry, doctor. I forgot being head surgeon means you cut into whatever body you want and take out whatever organ pleases you without any paperwork whatsoever.
Well, doctor, I'm sorry you're so forgetful.
He's not curled up under the sink. Yeah, no, he's just sitting there silently field stripping his weapon. What are you doing? Turn on his GPS in case he decides to fly the cuckoo's nest. And you? How are you doing? Seriously, Bobby. It ain't like he's hexed, you know. I mean, what if this is the kind of crazy you can't fix? Yeah, I'm worried too, but humor me for a second. How are you? Who cares? You think our mailbox is a little full right now? I'm fine. Right. And weren't you pissed at him when he said the same thing just a couple hours before he spilled his marbles all over the floor? Yeah, well, I'm not Sam, okay? Keep my marbles in a lead freaking box. I'm fine, really. Of course. Yeah. Just lost one of the best friends you ever had. Your brother's in the bell jar, and Purgatory's most wanted for surfing the sewer lines. But yeah, I get it, right? You're fine. Good.
Taylor made.
Of course, if at any time you want to decide that's utter horse crap, I'll be where I always am, right here. Well, you want to do couples yoga, or you want to get back to hunting the big bads? Shut up. Agent.
Yeah? All yours, Manning. I still got .06 on your time. Hey, where were you guys?
I guess we got here early.
Heard something weird come from the showers. Hey, what are you doing, Williams? You're gonna get in trouble.
Yes, Scott. I probably am.
That's what I'm just trying to say, Scott. So we're too hungry to care.
Crying to the ER nurse, screaming, "Mother Mary, mercy!" And when they opened her back up, 3 sponges and a set of clamps sewn up inside like she's a living pinata. You can't trust it.
How are you, Liz?
Oh, hello, doctor.
Hi, Dr. James.
So, Ms. Mills. Did I
Hey!
Just as we
Yo!
discussed, there's a text.
You're not even watching it. Turn it the fuck off. I don't want to
We
rewatch
have been
it.
through a serious surgical procedure, you know. I know you're tough, but I want you to take it easy tonight.
I should go. He's asleep and it's only 7:15. Oh. I wasn't singing. I was yelling. You're not good for me. Probably a good thing. I was yelling throughout the house. Hello from the other side. I must have called 1,000 times. Always tell you I'm sorry. Breaking your heart. I should probably go to bed. Probably go to bed. Although, no, I should go to bed. Actually, I should be reformatting that, but I'm not reformatting that today. Nope, I was not live yesterday. I'm hungry. Yeah, I'm an old person now. I go to bed early. I could go to sleep right now. I might go to sleep in a second. Just hold on. Just give me a second. I want to see how it feels. You know, see if it feels nice. Give me a sec. Move. Move. Okay. Tell you I'm sorry. What accent? Oh, fuck you, Costco. This is my least favorite one. Hello. Is it me you're looking for? Sour pink lemonade. It's not like bad. Sorry, my lips are all fucked up. It's not like bad, but like it's not. It has a bad aftertaste. So have you guys ever had those lemon drop candies or whatever they were called? They used to give it to us during math testing. I've never had those. That's good. You could see me. Hello. Is it me you're looking for? I can see it in your eyes. I can feel it in your tongue. All you've ever wanted. And go to bed. Yeah. ADHD at its finest, honey. We're gonna fuck some shit up over here and then drink this and go to sleep. If I can drink it all. I don't like the aftertaste. I just don't want it to go to waste. What game should I push on? I know what sleep is now. I've been getting it. I think I have something to do tomorrow. I don't remember. I think I did. If I played that game, I'm gonna be playing for hours. If I played that game, I'm gonna be playing for hours. If I played this game, I might be playing for hours, but I could stop it sooner. I don't know what to do. Either way, I should just be getting up and cleaning the laundry and the dishes that I did not do today. But that's no fun. Alright, we're gonna go to that one. We're gonna shuffle it. We're not playing an all-nighter tonight, so don't you dare ask me. Don't look at that door. Everything has its spot. God. I might have to put my hat on. Unfortunately, because it like gets stuck on my earring over here. We're gonna fix that. Cut. Yeah. What is that? Okay, we're gonna fix this real fast. We're gonna get my hat Okay, so for instance, these, because they come off, they're fuzzy, right, and squishy, and this piercing, not that one's just shitty. This piercing right here, it grabs at it, and then it pulls on it. It's bad. Ellie. Oh god, that feels good. I'm gonna get my hat. Probably a couple hours. Let's be honest, I'll say 1 or 2 games. I'll probably play a few hours. Couple, not few. That works. Oh, what? So plenty of time. Alright, let's see here. I look amazing? Really? Ugh, thank you. I need to fix my lipstick. It's all fucked up. I'm surprised it's hung on this long. Okay, why are you so loud? Alright, really? Is it not? Did it come out? Oh god, this is gonna be rough. Okay. Alright, where are you? Alright, it's nice and thick for a thick one. Not that thick. really struggling. Okay, so gray coming straight down, and then I lose it. Gray, 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 gray. Oh my god, is it bad? What the fuck? Why? Just turn the fuck on. Wait. Yeah. Go back over here. No, fuck my life. It's not working. My webcam. It's like acting like it's not getting power. But it should be. But there's no light on, and I made sure it was plugged in. Oh, there's a light. Oh my god, there I am. What the fuck? Okay, whatever. very confused here. It's 7:30. Okay, so quick question for anybody who might know something that knows more than me, because I'm not ashamed to say that I don't know a lot. Okay, so on my Twitch, I always have this problem where if I have my mic on, and or if I just, it doesn't even matter about my mic, if I have my game in my headset, but I have the audio capture on my mic for my voice, how can I get it to where the game audio will be played through my live stream on Twitch? If the game audio is coming out of here and the audio is being picked up of my voice on here, what setting do I need to do? Do I need to add another audio? Do I need to what? Leave it the hand hearts. You have no clue. Okay, so for like audio device, I have it on my microphone, right? Because it's gonna pick up my stuff. Audio output mode is like where the audio comes out. You can put capture audio only, audio desktop, output desktop audio direct sound, output desktop audio wave out. Whatever the fuck those mean. Killer or not, where is he? I need to ask him. And what? Why the fuck you turn off, bitch? Anyways. Me play dumb? I'm not playing dumb at all. I'm asking a legit question. I could also go on here because I had to add to the sources for it. He's streaming. Fuck him. Damn it. On the sources, you know, obviously I had to add the webcam capture, the game capture, the audio output capture, and chat box, right? But you can go and add more sources. And on the sources, they have audio input capture. They have let's see if they have any other audio output capture. They have trying to see if they have any more. No, that's the only. Yeah, like general media, text, files, window, audio, VR capture, which is not what I'm doing, collab cam, screen capture, application audio capture, that's the beta. I wonder if I can capture the audio coming from a specific application. Want to try it? Please enter the name of the source. Ah. I don't know. I don't think it's gonna work. We can try it. Maybe. But I don't know. I'm using Streamlabs. Another audio. That's what I was thinking, but I can do this one Let's see, audio monitoring. Okay, so if I did, this is a beta test for it. You could do specifically for a window. It says that the microphone will still be on. Call of Duty will be on specifically just for COD, so you won't hear the music except for through my microphone. Is what I'm getting from this. And then it says audio monitoring, generally enabling monitoring sends the audio through a desktop audio channel, which we don't need to do that. Webcam off, audio add a chat box off. Okay. I don't know if it'll work, but we can try it. I'm gonna need somebody to go over to Twitch to tell me if it works though. Is it, yeah. Okay. I think desktop microphone. I don't know. Okay. I'm gonna be on there in a second. We'll see. Give me one momento. Uno momento, por favor. Gracias. Okay. We're gonna try it now. We're gonna push the go live. Actually, before I do that, I'm going to come and put that up there because ain't no one need to see that. Ain't no one need to see that. Okay, we're gonna keep it up in that corner so that way I can, yeah, whatever. Okay, go live, bitch, go live. I would put on YouTube too, but we're just gonna try Twitch first to see if I got that all figured out. Okay, go live. Press buttons and pray. Okay, oh, where's my tablet? Okay. So I can open this. So I can open the dashboard here. So I can see. Hey, Cup. Oh, I need to update the fucking app. Unless that needs updated too. But you need updated too? But you? No, good. You? Yeah. God. But you, obviously. Not that one. That's not a shocker. What about you? No? Not a shocker. Sorry guys, I'm trying to learn and be... You missed so much. Hi. Okay, I need you guys to tell me, can you guys hear any of the music from the game at all right now? What can you guys hear? Can you hear me talk? Can you hear the music from the game? Can you hear my music? Tell me what's going on. My shit had to update. Pretty please. Thank you, Chris. Oh, we're not talking to me now. Thank you so much. That's exactly what I wanted to do over here. Is talk to myself and hope all is well. God. For what? For? Okay. You know what? We're just gonna listen here. Hello. Hello. Whoa. Okay. Never mind. Whoa. Okay. Oh God. That sounds terrible. How do you guys listen to me? Ew. Hold on. Hey, Dune. Hey, Dune. Oh my God. Oh my God. Whoa. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is fucking awesome. This is fucking awesome. It's on Twitch. Sorry. Hello? 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 What's up? What's up? Ha 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 ha. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one. Okay, I figured it out, y'all. Okay, I figured it out, y'all. Okay, get off the fuck off of here. Don't listen to that bitch. God. Okay, sorry. That was a lot. Haha. Okay. Are we ready? Let's see. Where's my manager? Now do I not have a fucking manager? Come on. I need to find my stream manager. There. We did it. Okay. Got her. We're actually gonna move this over here. Move that game over there, which I don't even know why it's there. Move that over there. I gotta pick a wedgie. I apologize. Let it go. We're all picked. Nice. Then she just, you know, full of whatever I'm full of. Turn that down a little bit. Turn it a little bit. There. Oh my God, you can see me better too. Okay. Oh, now let's go back to. So hard. Okay. Miley Cyrus. It's annoying. You're singing? I know, I see it. I hear it. We went to Taco Bell. Oh, me struggling. That's about it. Tokyo. I know that one better. I don't really know it. I played it once. Ah! Ew. Huh. Dude, if I can't fucking keep it straight. I'm so dead. No, don't start glitching. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm glitching. Don't ask to glitch. What the fuck? I was doing good. Hey, did you see that? You can't even see me over there. Dad? Oh my god, no, people. I'm sucking. Let's see if that works. You wanna play Warzone? I've never played Warzone in my life. Why won't my Twitch work, y'all? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. There we go, my Twitch is working. Is it working now? It's saying it is on my side. Oh my god. This was not a good one to start with. That was bad. At least we're all sucking. Not just me. Oh my god, I am sucking. Like the big 0-0. Sucks. Whoa. Oh my god, did I? Okay, I was like, oh my god! Oh god, damn it. No. That was rough. Oh, you can't go that way. God. Oh. Yeah, let's all just die at one spot. I was lagging. Why is my Wi-Fi being so bad tonight? Oh. Say goodbye. Is it gonna be? I got one. I didn't know that. Mr. Steal Your Girl. Heard that name before. Most gonna start hating me. And don't realize Daddy. Oh, time to say goodbye. I said her face. Why is my Wi-Fi so bad? Okay. Hopefully just no more of those. Do I want to fuck with that? Do I not? I don't think I want to fuck with it. Gun game. Sure, why not? Hi, Jonathan. Gun game's fun. I'm gonna suck though. Thank you for the follow. I like gun game too. I don't know what's that. Imagine what? Hey, I'm gonna suck. Do I want to focus on that guy or that guy? That guy's gonna come first. Betcha. I was wrong. Fuck yeah. They cornered me. They pancaked me, y'all. I'm gonna die. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Damn it, you motherfucker. Okay. Crossfire my ass. That was all me. Fuck. Hey, Dad. You're gonna have to hold on. Please don't be lagging. I don't have the patience to be lagging today. Revenge. Fuck yeah. Oh, shit. Damn it. Fucking asshole. I'm gonna run out. Oh, sniper. Oh my god. Damn it. Shit. Fucking die, motherfucker. Yeah, no dub. Dumb bitch. You think? I looked your way. Fuck you guys. Shouldn't have looked. I gotta pee. Okay, just fucking hit the person. If you hit the person, you can kill them. Of course. Ah, no. Oh. Damn it. What's gross? What do you mean, what did you do? What the fuck ever? The people watching on Twitch are like, nah, she's dead. That was rough. I wouldn't know any different. What's that? Playing some games. I don't know either one of these places, but that one looks cooler. Damn. Domination sucks. Oh, I'm sorry. You can always leave me. Is this just the motherfucking airport? I fucking hate the airport. Yay. Ari. It's great. God. That's it. Yay. I don't like these flies. Fucking die, bitch. Damn it, there was another one. Hello. How are you? Dummy. If I killed you, that's when you know you're really not doing that great. Oh, he was almost dead. Cod? Yeah. Where the fuck? This bitch. Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, this bitch. Okay, you know what? This is really bad. It's really bad. It's fucking on top of the building. The D word. What's the D word? They're fucking in there too? Haha. Fuck you. No, no, no. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Pop. Goes the weasel. No, but they're probably this way. Yeah. And this way. Damn it, there was another one. God. It sucks. No, why do I suck so bad? It's like, oh my god, I just fucking did that to myself. Can you believe that? I just killed one. Oh my god, I'm about to die. I died. Oh. I'm playing games. The fuck? Okay, dumb bitch. If you wanna shoot, fucking shoot right. There's two coming right there. Of course it's out. Nope, nope, can't see. Sorry. Well, you know, just died. Died. Sorry, I can't use that word. I eyed. My eyes go boop. Where's this? There's like a billion over there. What did I get a time off for? I don't remember. Daily bot follow? Probably is. What the fuck? Why can't he die? You know what? I suck. I hate this place. I've always said I hated the airport. It doesn't help. Whoa, I don't know how I did that. But I did that. Whoa, I don't know how I did that either. I fucking did that. Dumb bitch. Hey, Rampage. Oh, you get it. Toon gets that a lot because he's fucking cool. Okay, you know what? I'm about to fucking give the fuck up. Of course there is. Of course they are. Whoa, you scared the shit out of me, bro. And I just died? I'm gonna have to give up because I'm not doing good. There's nothing about what I'm doing. What the fuck? Why isn't it dying? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Talk about gonna die here. Yay. God. Shit. Why am I almost last place? I was doing okay. Dude, that was right on him. I'm glad and happy you weren't watching my gameplay. It's rough. No, 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 no. There's two. Oh. I wouldn't believe in me. Why do we suck? Maybe it's just me. Let's be honest, it's just me. Just fucking die already. Damn it. Fucking bitch. corner. And typically that wouldn't be a problem. But this was a problem. God, and I suck. I just went in there blazing. God, Costco? What the fuck? Sit and spin. Ow. Whenever you gotta go, I won't fault you. It was... whatever. Yeah. Why? Hey, puppy. It just... Alright. I gotta pee. What the absolute fucking shit? I really gotta pee though. Oh shit, shit! Huh. Haven't seen you in a while. Making macaroni. Oh god. That's funny. What? Should have died. Yeah, you. Boom! That was a big boom. That dude scared the shit out of me. Oh, you died? I followed you too. You followed me. Oh, there's your live body. Just kidding, you're still alive. Oh, I saw you. Well, not really. I just saw your bullet. It hit my head. Yay. Let's do it. Where the fuck did you go? Oh! No! No, 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 no. I'm gonna die. Gonna die. She's gonna die. Haha, got you. I'm in a house full of them. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so sorry. I gotta use the UAV. Okay, you know what? My ass can't do that, obviously. Oh, my ass can do that. Just run, bitch, run. Of course we do. Hold on, I gotta read this. Make sure there's nothing else. Okay. Back out we go. I gotta pee. No, we're not doing that. We don't do that. I'm too visible. Aren't they cool? Actually, it's coming here. Get that really fast. And run, run! I couldn't get it. I couldn't get it. I tried. Run. Oh, damn. Yeah. Stupid fuck. I don't like that guy. Dude, that did scare me. I don't have contacts. No, no, no. I am not ready for that. Okay, I'm gonna so die. Because there's like nobody but bad guys over here. Oh, yeah, there she goes. Okay. There he is. No. Oh my god. Still gotta get the kids' costumes. Okay, who's good guy? Look back at me. Oh shit. Yay. I'm gonna die in the last 30. God, that was scary. There was a whole nother one there? Yeah. Still. Hey, Poppy. It's only been an hour. Hey Google, turn thermostat to 67.
Okay, setting the dining room to 67 degrees.
I'm a little warm. Actually, listen, I know. Hello, it's okay. Sorry, my earrings hurting over here. Wow, that's a fire guy. I gotta pee, I forgot. He's on fire. Oh, the motherfucker. He should have died. Astro. Halfway. Not for long with me here. God, what was that? Oops, ago. Oh my gosh, lagging. It won't reload. It won't reload. But I got a kill and an assist. Oh my god, those are bad guys. I'm gonna die. I'm lagging so bad. I'm lagging. You see how bad that lag was? That was rough. That was really rough. I got quite a few kills from it, if it even counts them. Why the fuck am I lagging so bad? Dude. The lag is not being my friend. No, it kinda. There's another guy behind me. Yep. Okay, I should have just shot. I thought he went the other way. Oh my god, where the fuck? Okay. There's another one right there. Oh, he's a good guy. That was a bad guy. There's a bad guy. But again, I'm lagging. What did I do? I lag a shit ton. There's literally no one else up in my house but me. I'm the only one using it. Wow, I didn't even see that guy. Oh my god, I was itching. Good time to itch. Oh, he should have died. That's the one I got, Austin. They're really good. You're literally the only ones I've been able to wear with glasses. It's just me. Damn it. Guys, damn it. Did Toon leave me? Are we serious here? Wow, not that guy right there. Nice. I did. Okay. Of course. Of course. I should just go to bed. It's kind of hot. Oh my god, there were so many. Yeah. Crap, I gotta subscribe. Yay. That's cool. Stupid. My nose rings crooked. I'm gonna try this, and I know I'm gonna. What else we got here? A 2-hour time limit? Why are they so long? I don't know what this is, we're gonna play it. Big boys, what do you mean? I don't know what this is, but I want to try and play it.